Have them send someone.
Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
We will bring the jury.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict, and boy, do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughing him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
9 out of 10 judges prefer watching the Recovery Addict live stream in their courtroom.
The fireworks are not done.
Now we're getting commentary on the case. Dati mihi Anglican po, nervous watching.
Literally not true.
I didn't ask you to interrupt me.
Is that correct?
Oh, for crumb's sake.
Good morning, good morning. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the Recovery Addict. It is wonderful to be here with you this morning. It is an absolutely beautiful day. Got plenty of rest last night, which is very different from several nights in the past. But hope you're having a great day as well. Welcome. A special welcome goes out to Marianne. Marianne, R65, congratulations. You were first in chat today. First in chat comes with its prestige, but it also comes with its punishment. We're going to focus on the punishment for you, Marianne. Because you were first in chat, we're going to sentence you to internet ownership. Everything IP-related worldwide will be your responsibility to maintain, repair, support, provide service, all that. So congratulations, Marianne, and good riddance, honestly. Somebody has to do it. I'm glad it's not me. Marianne, you're going to do great, though. You'll do great. Yay, I can handle today. Good. That's what we needed to hear. Marianne, thank you. It is a beautiful day. Just, is that curtain meant to be moving back there? The curtain is moving because the heater's on. Why is the heater on? I don't know, because it's 85 degrees in my office, and my house thinks that's not warm enough. No, long story. The house does what the house wants to do. So it's really hot in my office. I've got a fan going. Everywhere else in the house, it's just like barely tolerable heat-wise, because all heat comes in here. I think I just need to cover up the vents or something. Need some of that heat, says Paula Mac. 26 here, going down below zero today. Oh, my goodness. Is the ghost cold? Yes, the ghost is cold. So there's no ghost over there. This is where I saw the ghost, but no ghost there right now. We're good. Welcome. It is beautiful to be here. We've got a lot of stuff on the schedule today, so we have to do a couple things.
Mike. What day is it, Mike?
Yeah, I forgot.
Guess what today is?
It's hump day.
Hump day! Welcome to Wednesday. It's hump day. 10 out of 10. And all thumbs up from the kids. It's beautiful. So you're in stereo, TV, and phone. It is hump day. We made it halfway through the work week. Solid red pen, not quite so high scores. 9 out of 10. RA's Opera Edition. The vibrato is just not there, but I almost nailed the pitch. Regina Crawford, member for 28 months. OG, welcome. 2,000 subscribers gone, says Josh. Why is this guy yelling? His voice cracked a tiny bit twice. It did. I'll edit that out in post. Lizzie, good morning to you. 29 months in the gallery. Thank you, Lizzie. It would not be the same without you here. Appreciate your support. It's wonderful to have you here. Before we start court, which is coming quickly because the fan is spinning, we have to celebrate. If we have any birthdays, rude, I was just dozing off, says Allie. Let's see. Not for me. I work Saturday and Sunday. So it's basically your Monday, Dawn. Sorry about that. Apologize for rubbing that in. All right, we have Ida and Winter Sky who have birthdays today. So join me in celebrating their birthdays. We're going to sing happy birthday and then kick off court with the Brian Walshe trial. Day 3 already. Yes, already. And we'll be on witness number 3 too. So let's do this. Everyone stand up, take a breath, shoulders back, project your voice to the back of the room, blend your voice with your neighbor, warm up with me if you will. La 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 la. There we go. We're going to sing happy birthday to Ayden and Winter Sky. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Ayden and Winter Sky. Happy birthday to you. There you go. There you go. Happy Hump Day birthday, peoples. Yes, why say my name? Happy Hump Day birthday. Ayden and Winter Sky, congratulations. There are many wonderful days. Many, many wonderful days. Today is your special day. And I realize there are a million places you could be, a million people you could have celebrated with, but you chose to be here with us. And the privilege, the pleasure, the honor, the joy, that is all ours. Hopefully we can turn that back to you, make your day just a little more special. And begin by helping yourself to free pancakes at Denny's, IHOP Village Inn, Waffle House, McDonald's, Tammy Dunlap's house, Andy Grill, Bob Evans, and Cracker Barrel. None of which are sponsors yet. There you go. Happy, happy birthday. Dancers are doing their thing. High kicks are happening. Some shaking it is going on because, you know, if you got it, flaunt it. There we go. Pancakes, they're looking good. They're looking good. As a special, exciting bonus for your birthday, just confirmed with Josh at Courtroom Confidential. We'll be joining him tonight to talk about this trial. I'm excited about that, so please join me over there. We'll be there at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. And I wore this shirt before they confirmed it this morning. So sing to J-Ro. Who's J-Ro? Happy birthday to you. Who's J-Ro? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear J-Ro. Happy birthday to you. My old boss. Happy birthday, Red Pen's old boss. There we go. That's how I originally found ERA on Josh's channel. Awesome. Is this the drum solo time? Hang on. There it is. There it is. Okay. Whew, I almost missed it. All right. Hump Day means almost podcast Thursday. Podcast is tomorrow. We'll have some fun things to talk about then. Join me, Thomas, and everybody else on Thursday for the Not Relevant podcast, where we just take a laid back look at the week and some of the funny things that have happened in life. And last time, I'm just gonna put this out. Last time we had podcasts like that, a bunch of you made some money. I'm not saying it's ever going to happen again, but last time a bunch of you made some money. It was your money. You had already earned it. But it's like you put on a pair of pants and you stuck your hands in the pocket and there was a $20 bill in there. That's what it was like. So if you want that experience again, I don't know where to go because we can't. It's not repeatable. It's not like a magic trick that I can reset up and do again. But for those that did find that their state or another state they've lived in owed them some money, congratulations. Glad we could make that happen for you. Matt Daddy 88, have no fear. I am here. 3 months. I love it. Thank you, Matt Daddy. And I love the profile picture. That just looks absolutely wonderful. All right. Selena K gifted 5 memberships to kick things off this morning. We are about to start day 3 of the Brian Walshe murder trial, and we have only had 2 witnesses, which is wild. Had this been any other state, this would have been probably the most boring part of the trial. But luckily, in Massachusetts, they only work half days. We do 5 hours of trial time, and then the rest we just take off. Here's how it works. We start like 9 o'clock, so we've got maybe 4 minutes before we start. We're going to go for maybe hour and a half, taking a half-hour lunch, run up till 1 o'clock. Go for an hour and a half, take a half-hour break, go up till 1 o'clock, take lunch, run. It's an hour-long lunch, go till 2, and then from 2 we'll go to 2 to 4, probably with no breaks unless a juror can't hold it. And then at 4 o'clock we're done. We're just like we're out of here. That's the schedule we're following. So if you need to work around and schedule around that, please do, so you can be here for everything that happens today. It's Maddie. I just said Matt Daddy. Maddie Daddy. There we go. I apologize. Laura says, when I came in yesterday to say hi and tell you all about my injury, I had no idea it'd be during the wildest part of the searches. Your sad, sympathetic face made my night. Okay, yesterday, some things happened. I promised you an interesting day, and I delivered. Not in the way I thought, but yes, we got all the Google searches yesterday that Brian Walshe did, and he searched everything, like every step by step. Step 1, how to murder. Do this. Okay, now Google step 2, how to do this. Okay, down to every single step there. I realize this is a nobody case, first of all, right? We've never recovered the remains of Anna Walshe, and that is a problem for the state, but it's not insurmountable. And it makes it difficult for the state to prove, and by prove I'm talking about beyond reasonable doubt, that Brian Walshe killed her, especially we don't know how, right? That the state might have a theory, but we don't know how. They might say it was by stabbing. Where? Was she stabbed in the place where she was then dismembered? Was she strangled? Was she drugged? Was she shot? What we don't know. We don't know how this happens. The state is trying to get a jury to believe that Brian Walshe killed his wife. And Brian Walshe is doing everything in his power, or was doing everything in his power, to help the state out by documenting everything on Google. I kid you not. The best assistant the state could possibly have is Brian Walshe's own searches. And they were terrible. They were absolutely terrible. There's a familiar face. Let's see. Kayla Newell, here I am, 27 months, OG. Thank you very much. And then he dismembered her. Yes. As one does when one's wife or spouse dies suddenly in an unexplained manner on New Year's Day, after you've been Googling divorces and you've discovered an affair and you've Googled you've stalked the person she had an affair with on social media, as one does, dies suddenly without any explanation. Broken teeth may give a hint. Yeah. There may be some doubt, room for doubt in this, because yes, Brian Walshe has admitted to moving the body and doing so illegally. He has admitted to lying to police during the investigation. That lie being basically that he didn't know that Anna was dead, and everything that then followed. He's admitted to that. He has not admitted to actually doing the murder. That's the only thing left. But when the jury hears all those Google searches and sees all the evidence, we're talking like the Tyvek suit. I don't know, does it fit Brian Walshe? I bet it does. I'm just willing to bet the Tyvek suit is a great fit on Brian Walshe. I think that whole reasonable part of any doubt they have is just going to get crossed off. So there we go. There were over 50 of those Google searches. I can't get past that number. 50. And then at the tail end, like it's an afterthought, how do I delete my internet searches on Google? Let's Google that as well. And not delete it, right? It's like, of all the things you read to page 11 on how to dispose of a body on a website, right? 11 pages of stuff. And then you Google how to clear your web history, and you don't do it. So that was fun. Auto Betty Gal, that is awesome. Congratulations on another day on the tally. That is worth celebrating for sure. Congratulations to you. That is really cool. Yay, yay. Go you. You can do this. Let's see. Amanda H. Hello. Good talking to you on the phone the other day. Woohoo. Another year with the best. Thanks, RA and Mods, for this amazing channel. Thank you, Amanda. 31 months. OG. Speaking of OG, Lee the OG. Only 2 more months to 3 years. Lee, I'm pretty sure at 3 years you get a new color courthouse. Pretty sure. Maddie Daddy tells me to check my burner phone. Let me do that now. Nope, it just updated. I have a small package waiting at the post office. Thank you, but that was not you. Gotcha. I gotcha. I've got you. Good. Maddie. You just changed your name. That's all. You just changed your name, right? It's all good. He definitely brought in the new year with a bang. He did. Let's see. Small packages for me. Collars for Buffer. Here's Buffer. He's a good shoulder dog. Watch. There you go. See? I taught him this. This is cool. Very excited. We're going to get a collar for Buffer in case he ever goes missing, so he'll know who he is and everything else. All right, Jennifer Cockfield gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Congratulations to the recipient. YouTube has you as a YouTube feature today. That is awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you, YouTube, for all the things that we say you do wrong. You did that right. Alexis MC 2020 or 220 member for 10 months on the jury. Yay, the best channel and the best chat and the best mods. I adore RA. Thank you, Alexis. Those are very kind words. You are absolutely right about the mods and the chat. I will try to live up to the other end of it. It's like RA is an off-brand pirate with his shoulder dog. Woof, woof. Yeah, I was going to say Polly want a cracker, but I can't do the voice. Kelly H, thank you for the super sticker. Kelly, your support of the channel is amazing and consistent. Thank you so much. I am a stuffed dog trainer. I tell you, I can get them to sit like no other. You made a small appearance in one of the loophole videos. Awesome. I can't wait to see it. Some of those videos are just great. My 12-pound cockapoo sits on my shoulder too. I thought you were talking about the bird originally, because there's a cockatiel, and that's where my mind went. I'm like, 12 pounds, that's like a vulture. That's huge, but it's not. Lockbox member for 13 months, came here from Letitia Stout, joined from Melody Ferris. Appreciate you, RA. I think that makes you an OG. Lockbox, that is awesome. Some great trials, some great memories of justice back there. I think RA just demonetized himself. Doing what? What did I do? Did I say something bad? Did not mean to. Leanne, 7 months without a drink. That's awesome. Rebecca sent you photos. Thank you very much. I saw they just came in. And I got a text saying I'm supposed to buy Legos. Oh, there we go. They just popped in. Ooh. Okay, let me see if I can show these. Hang on. I have to turn off. Do not disturb. That doesn't help, does it? Get some autofocus going. There's Buttercup with the birthday cake. 3 years old. Looking amazing. I'm not going to show the kids because I'm not sure if that's cool or not. But and here's the Thanksgiving picture of Buttercup, dressed in a turkey robe. Love it. Love it. Looks like court is about to start. Brian Walsh is here. He's usually the last one to show up, so the judge is waiting in the wings. Everyone will stand up, and everything will kick off here in just a moment. Only about 5 or 6 minutes late today. Katybug, thanks for the super sticker. Popcorn, bring the popcorn. It's going to be good. We still have where we left off yesterday. Defense was still questioning witness number 2, who was Nicholas Goring from the Massachusetts State Police. Goring from the Massachusetts State Police doing the cell phone extraction data. And I think we've got a little bit more on cross from him, and maybe some redirect. And after that, we're going to do rapid fire witnesses. We're going to start burning through the witnesses. Why are we focusing on his ear? Like I'm doing an ear exam. Like what? Well, the choice was to zoom in that frame. That was Now that we're all ear, nose, and throat specialists, let's proceed with the case. Maddie, all right. I was wondering, how do you feel about Proctor being called as a defense witness? I think it's a last-ditch effort, and I think it fits the rest of the defense, which has been distract. Look at what they've talked about with this witness on the stand right now. Okay, we've got 50 searches for how to murder specifically, and what do we talk about? His corn searches. I think this is. Don't look here. Look over there. Here we go. See if we start with the sidebar.
Good morning, Your Honor. Greg Conner for the Commonwealth.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Ann Yaz for the Commonwealth.
Good morning, Your Honor. Tracy Cusick for the Commonwealth.
Morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, everyone. Kelly Porges on behalf of Mr. Walsh.
Good morning. Good morning, Your Honor. Larry Tipton for Mr. Walsh.
Welcome to all of you. Just give me a minute.
Judge,
sorry for the late start.
No, that's okay. Just don't let it happen again, Your Honor. Somebody's stirring their. This sounds like a spoon in a coffee cup to me. Stirring the sugar. Let's take a rare look at who is and who isn't here. That's the first time I remember seeing.
You are unmuted.
Sorry,
Your Honor. This is a screenshot that the government took from the video they initially wanted to introduce, specifically and solely just to show a particular carpet in the Walsh home. We agreed on a screenshot. However, this screenshot, frankly, is just as inflammatory as the video. There's certainly more ways to crop this photograph. We've also been more than willing to stipulate that the rug in question was originally in the Walsh home in that room. I don't think we need this particular picture in this case in front of the jury to serve the purpose they need it to serve.
Anna and the kids on the floor with the rug.
Your Honor, I would suggest it's not inflammatory. It simply is, what we've done is after you made a recommendation of doing a screenshot, we took the initial image of the video and put that on there. It clearly shows the rug, the victim.
Is there any other part of the video, I don't remember because it's been a while since I've looked at it, that includes Anna without the child?
No, I believe it's her with it.
Because I remember that the child falls off. He sits on her head. Are there other parts of the video that you can crop back so that you're showing just her in the rug and not one of the children?
I will look, Your Honor. My memory is it doesn't work that way because the other two children are there and they're walking in and out of the frame. Okay.
But there may be just a picture where it's just her and somebody's feet. Why don't you look at that and see? An alternate would be to, as I did in my chambers, take a piece of paper and just across the band where the child is most dominant, or alternately, I am sure that somebody well above my capabilities, but I'm sure that somebody could edit out the child entirely.
So
no, we can't do that.
Just so we understand, the position is to try and keep the children out of it entirely.
I think that the Commonwealth is entitled to show the jury the rug, even if the defendant is willing to stipulate to it. But I want to do it in the least inflammatory way as possible. Okay. And so if there's a better alternative, and I think there might be, but again, I haven't watched it in a while. And by better alternative to me, that's a video or a still, that shows the rug and Anna, and less of, if not,
I'll do
any children.
I mean, Your Honor, you can, if you just even cut that picture in half.
Well, if you excise the child from the photo, it just looks like she's on her back doing like a yoga move or something. I don't know.
I'll be honest, I don't love that either. And I don't, I mean, there's a way just to, even if you crop it, it doesn't need to be a giant photograph, particularly I understand they have a right to put on their case, but we're not going to cross-challenge or say this is not the rug. So all they really need to do is establish a photograph of the rug in the home.
Well, I said this and I'll say it a couple times. The Commonwealth has the burden. The Commonwealth, within the rules and within the bounds, gets to show their case, or present their case as they wish. And having this visual of her on the rug has an impact. I would like to make it more neutral without the child in there. And so see if you can work on that.
I will, Your Honor.
While I'm talking about things that you should work on, Madam Clerk, that back. I want you to look at the William Fasto text messages with the following in mind, because it's likely where I'm going to draw the line, although I'll hear from you. I've read your pleadings. I think there is classic state of mind evidence in those, embedded in those. In particular, well, there's different places where it is, but there's probably the most classic is where there's a comment by Anna after she's giving him some parenting advice, and she says, you know, something to the effect of, I shouldn't be giving any parenting advice. My life is completely messed up. You know that exchange?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's likely coming in as state of mind evidence. But there's a lot of other stuff in there where they're talking back and forth about child rearing things that I think is irrelevant to the jury's fact finding. So I'm going to put it back on the Commonwealth today to pair that back to what you think is relevant and state of mind evidence. Relevant otherwise, and possibly state of mind evidence.
Understood.
All right. And then the defense can argue with regard to that, but I think there's some pretty classic state of mind evidence embedded in those texts.
Good call, Judge.
And
Good
it
call.
also raises the issue, which we've discussed a number of times throughout the case. What are the reasonable inferences that can be drawn from the statements that Mr. Walsh made in, I think it's at least 3 separate spots of his now played to the jury interviews with regard to what he was or was not seeing. And by that I mean trying to be as clear with you as I can. He says at least 2 times, once on the 7th, at least once on the 7th, or twice on the 7th, and once on the 8th. He is asked about the evening's events, and he ties Anna sending a text message to William Fasto to when Thomas went to bed. And we know from the Fasto text messages that was sent at 10:07. His memory was good. The kid went to bed sometime between 10 and 10:30. So we know from his own statements that he knew that Anna sent that to Will Fasto that night. So it seems to me that there's one of 2 reasonable inferences that could be drawn from those statements of the defendant. One is that he knew it because he observed her texting the message in the kitchen or in the family room, wherever they were when she sent that message. Could you argue that that's unlikely in light of what the other contents of the evening's texts were? That is, if Anna were having an affair, and she was, with William Fasto, would you be showing your husband the texts that you're sending?
Most likely
The
not.
other inference is that he knew of it also because he was, as he said, I'm getting her messages. And so you're going to have vastly different views on what the reasonable inferences the jury can draw from that evidence. But as an evidentiary ruling as to whether it comes in or not, I want you to be focused on those comments on the 7th. I think there's another comment on the 8th, and either in the earliest of interviews, either the 4th or the 5th, there's a comment with regard to where he says somehow her messages are showing. I don't know how. It's more.
It's her thing. She set it up.
It's a more generalized comment. I know you're going to make the iMessenger argument, and I cut you off from that yesterday, frankly, because I think that's for the jury to decide what that meant, and not for any witness to decide for the jury what that meant.
I do like this judge.
All right. The other things I want to talk about.
Yes, go on.
I have not given this jury a consciousness of guilt instruction. And many times yesterday I was thinking, when? And you're not asking for it, and I understand why you're not asking for it, and I just want to make sure that we're on the same page with regard to why I haven't given it yet. It seems to me that both the Commonwealth and the defense are being scrupulous in your description of the searches, in the sense of you both refer to whoever the user of the device was making these searches. And that the witness has, I presume, been coached appropriately, I don't mean it in any pejorative way,
Thank you.
to say the user of the computer did these searches and not the defendant did these searches. If it was that the defendant did these searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction would have been given some time ago. Now, what sort of, I don't want to say muddies the water, but the defense opened on the fact that the defendant lied to the police. Mm-hmm. It seems to me that as soon as you believe that link has been made between the other conduct of either concealing the evidence in this case, the defendant concealing, not the user concealing, the defendant concealing the evidence in this case, or the defendant lying to the police. I know you opened it on it, but the evidence before this jury doesn't include your opening. But when it becomes apparent to the jury that the defendant lied to the police, or the defendant is the person who was doing those searches, the consciousness of guilt instruction should be given. And I'm either going to do that sua sponte or at your urging. And your version of when that becomes apparent and when mine might be different. So raise it with me if you think I'm missing out on something. Do you understand?
I do, Your Honor. Thank you.
Defense?
I understand what you said, Judge. Will be objecting. But I would wonder, before you gave it, if you could just either give us a copy or the specific conscious of guilt.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going to go fancy. I'm happy to look at it. Why don't you come over here?
Sidebar.
It's just this.
It's straight out of the textbook, consciousness of guilt instruction, not something the judge has dreamed up of her own volition. Yes, this judge is awesome. Yes, she is paying very close attention. There have been times where she's had to have the question re-asked, or I think twice now in the trial that she's been, hang on, either ask the question again or have it read back or just withdraw it and ask a new one. But for the most part, she is doing an incredible job keeping tabs on what's happening here in the courtroom. And I like her. The rulings we see from her seem very fair. There is not anything she's done at this point that could indicate that she's leaning one direction or another, which you can't always say for every judge. And I realize, judges are human too, and they have feelings, but she is doing an excellent job. Sua sponte, yes. She sees that's basically she's going to make the decision without being asked to. That's of her own volition. I used that word twice this morning. That's probably the last time today. Consciousness of guilt instruction. Defense will be objecting. Of course, defense will be objecting. Anything that instruction about the defendant's guilt. No, it was purely normal to shove your dead wife out of bed and then chop her body up and throw it away, apparently. Yeah. Okay, I think Larry Tipton's the one who's going to be doing the cross-examination, right? He was the one who was handling this witness, if I remember correctly. Not sure if he has anything left. Did I say victim or witness? Sorry, it feels like a Monday all of a sudden. I was doing had Friday vibes this morning, even though it's Wednesday, and now suddenly reset. Here's my obligatory, not all Massachusetts judges suck post. No, I would say most judges are great. Most judges are incredible. There are many judges who are very unique and in different ways, and their style might not be someone's favorite, but I can appreciate a Judge Schroeder who thinks out loud. The opportunity to live inside a judge's head during a trial, that's rare. Now it got a little bit old because he also has no filter and he just says whatever is rambling through his head. But it was a cool thing to see, and I guess the jury thought so too, because he did most of his ramblings in front of the jury, which might be brought up on the appeal. Let's see. There's our post for our first witness, or witness number 2 of the trial, day 3. Replace that. Okay. Wonder why this judge didn't get an award. I don't know. It's probably political. Anything else? Either thumb. Okay. Whenever Tipton starts yelling, I'm reminded of Ronnie O'Neill in Florida. Tipton is a yeller. He's a pacer and he's a yeller. He is my most difficult person to manage in this courtroom. By manage, I'm talking about the audio. You guys don't see it, but I have volume control, which I wish was a slider. It's not. It's separate buttons, one for up, one for down. Every time he walks away from the microphone, I have to turn the volume up, commensurate with how far away he's walked from the microphone. And then as he turns and walks back, I have to turn it back down. And if at any point he stops talking and there's going to be a quick answer from a witness, I have to rapidly turn the volume down before the witness speaks. That is what I'm doing every time he is up. Because his volume is so bad, he's either too quiet, we can't hear him, or he's too loud and he'll deafen us. If I turn the volume up to hear him when he's quiet, the witness will be so loud. What did I eat this morning? I ate my alphabets, or my whatever, whichever one has the letters in it. I ate that one. SpaghettiOs. So it is a little bit of work to get the audio just right for him. Obviously, I don't know what's coming next, so I sort of have to guess. But he's the most difficult prosecutor I've had to listen to in quite a while because of his unique style. I enjoy it, though. I enjoy that he definitely is not a boring person to listen to, in that he will keep you on your toes, and his job is to keep the jury on their toes and keep them looking at him and thinking about him and not the client. Let's see. We're noticing the absence of things this morning in Mr. Walsh's hands. That was on day 1 that we saw him bring the rosary. Yesterday it wasn't there either. Looking around the courtroom, his mom is not there. I don't remember if we saw day 1 or day 2 the gallery. Do we know if his mom is in the courtroom, in the gallery during the trial, or is she a witness and has she been sequestered? Alex, I'm talking about the other Schroeder case. Zachariah Anderson. I mean, he's done many, many more, but those were the 2 big ones recently.
Counsel, can I just see you for one more second? There's something else I do want to say.
Counsel's been up to the sidebar. They've discussed it with the instruction, the consciousness of guilt instruction the judge is going to read, which sounds like it's just copy and paste out of the textbook. Defense still doesn't like it. Josh says, give a shout out to Crystal Kafka. Crystal Kafka. Where's Crystal? Crystal, where are you at? So there we go. I'm finally graduating law school in 2 weeks. That is awesome. Crystal, hard work pays off. That is amazing. You can go out and, what do they call it? Hang your shingle and start handling clients, doing the great work in the question. Are you going to go prosecution or defense? Which way are you headed? Or are you doing something different altogether? Rita, thank you very much. I try to make court the easiest to listen to as I would like it. And I'm a bit picky on sound. We used to have a TV that had something called Smart Sound, so a really loud commercial or something didn't scare you. Fun news in the world of TV broadcasting. There are laws that are being passed right now in various states, and I think federally, that may be applied to internet streaming as well, which will limit the volume of commercials. It's already in place for commercials on television. In some states, I think might be national, that the volume of the commercial can't exceed the volume of the program. So there's like a set level it can reach. But if you've ever been watching a show and sort of like doze off and then you like wake up when a commercial comes on because it like blasts you out, the Federal Communications Commission has said we don't like that, and viewers don't like it either. So we're going to even everything out. So yeah, that was actually in my latest copy of I don't know what it was. My TV production magazine that I get, which is like completely nerdy. But yeah. I can't remember the name of the magazine. It's obviously a good one. Doesn't have any articles about murder in it though. All right. They need that for YouTube. I think that's where they're going, is the streaming, the commercials. It's like advertisers hate it, right? Because if you can get somebody to look at the screen, like they say, any press is good press. Any eyeballs on your brand is good, right? And so anything you can do to make your advertisement pop is good from an advertising standpoint, but it's bad for the user. It's not Reader's Digest. No, it's a tech. I think it's TV technology is what it's called. So it goes into heavy into the equipment that's used in broadcast technology, something that I majored in, and I've worked in the news media a little bit at news channels. So that little conversation that Mr. Walsh had with his attorney there, he looked concerned. And I think he should. Because things are not going very well for the defense. I just can't see many wins that they're racking up. I know we're only 2 witnesses in, but it looks like the Commonwealth is having their way with Brian Walsh. Gossip, rumor, and innuendo is in chat. Kathy, where are you at? Where are you hiding? How are you doing, Kathy? It's been a long time. I'm now selling my eBay Warhols on Etsy. What could go wrong? What could go wrong, Phil? I'm sure they're going to go great. There you are. Hey, Recovery Addict, how are you holding up with these Google searches? Well, most of them, Kathy, are just almost humorous in that they're, America's Dumbest Criminal type stuff. A couple of them have been a little harder to, well, I won't say a little harder to swallow, been a little difficult to, they've been harder to talk about. I can tell you that much. but yeah, how are you doing? I imagine you had a little fun with those. Tree Cycled, all right, I like how you read comments from those of us who can't super chat. Hey, some of the smartest people that I've ever read a chat from are not subscribers on the channel, and maybe that's what makes them smart. I don't know, but I love great input, and if I can find it from anyone, I will definitely share it. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of the corn. We knew it was coming, but no. Thank you very much for this. I think that the YouTube putting my channel on the featured page for you might have to do with the fact that some of you have been hyping the channel, the videos after they're done. I appreciate that. That helps out a ton. YouTube has started the hype feature, which some of you will be like, where's the hype button? I don't know. I haven't been able to find it myself, but they've started this hype feature that allows you to basically tell YouTube to inject this particular video with an extra boost of algorithm, right? Lift it a little bit and show it to more people because it's really that good. and they allow this to be done for smaller creators, for smaller channels, and we are a smaller channel, which is great. So a hype is like a like, but I think it only allows you to do it on the video after it's live. I don't think you can do it while it's live. But the likes help a ton. Thank you very much for everyone who likes the video. That helps YouTube know that something we're doing is right, and that other people might want to find it as well. It may have to do with what device you're watching on as well. I don't know if it's computer only, or if it's iOS only, or Android only. For hype, go to previous stream, swipe once to the left of the comment box, and then there's an option to hype. Ali G, thank you very much for that. It doesn't work on lives, but I've definitely seen an increase in rewatches, which is great. Appreciate that. We do a podcast on Thursdays, the first one of the month. We do give out 10 memberships. It looks like we're about to start. Maybe we'll call the jury in here. There's a lot of sidebar this morning for consciousness of guilt instruction. Greeners says, I spent all my hypes on lawn crime. That's awesome. Greeners, thank you. LNC needs some love too. Out and about with Di, made alive, finally love you all. 27 months makes you an OG. That's awesome. How long is this trial supposed to last? I said 2 to 4, and then I said 4 to 6, and I can't remember which one it is. So I guess I can say 2 to 6 and cover the bases. I think we're at 4 weeks was sort of like the consensus.
Here. All persons related to the Honorable Justice Mangan for the Justice of no Superior Court. Upon name to your attention, you shall be heard. Put to the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, the Supreme Court, please be seated and turn the cell phones.
Good morning, jurors, and welcome back. Jurors will start today with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not go on any social media and that you not go on any news media?
Judge scans the jurors, looks for a nod from each one.
Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about the case? And were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about the case? And do you all still have open minds?
That's the hardest one to answer at this point.
Those 4 questions all answered in the affirmative by all 16 jurors in the box. We're ready to begin today's work. We can have the witness back on the stand. Trooper Guarino.
Now's your chance to lock eyes with me. There you go. I see you all, every one of you. The jurors are like, did you hear the same search as we did, Judge?
Just Trooper, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated.
Thank you. Thank you.
This witness table lets you see the legs and feet of the witness.
And you may proceed.
Which is interesting. Get comfy there, sir.
Morning, sir. Good morning.
So just a couple of recaps here. That binder that's been marked as Exhibit 79, the binder of the history that you included of the MacBook Gray device, we can all agree it contains 3,677 records as you defined them yesterday.
Yes, well, half technically because they're duplicates. Shows the first one from the parsed and the second one from the carved, but they're the same records. So it'd be about, 1,800-ish, realistically.
I don't understand your answer.
So if you look at the binder, it shows one record, say record number 1, shows the information, the parsed information, and then this record number 2 shows carved. It's the same date and time stamp, the same information, just a different location in the database. So it's almost duplicated.
Okay. Here's my question.
Yes.
In the binder that's been marked Exhibit 79, you listed 3,677 records.
Yes.
And it totals 1,034 pages.
I'll take your word. I don't have it in front of me, but yes.
Do you have a copy of it?
I don't up here with me now.
Mustn't have gone far. We can find it.
Okay, jurors, who took the binder?
Sure.
I don't know what Mr. Tipton is getting at here.
Thank you. Yes, it is. Thank you.
Yesterday, you testified to the binder that was admitted as Exhibit 80, and that was regarding the iPad Mini.
Yes.
It involved two separate extractions.
Same extraction, but two different versions of the software, yes.
Wasn't it labeled Extraction 1 and Extraction 2?
I didn't label it that, but that's how it is labeled, yes.
In any event. It's clear now, isn't it, based on your forensic analysis, that the searches that were found on the iPad Mini were not conducted on the iPad.
Yes, that is correct.
That you used the term sync yesterday, right?
Yes, that is correct.
And you used the word sync in the context of the searches based on your forensic analysis originating on the gray matter.
That is correct.
And when we say sync, and when you say sync, it means that, in part, that no one manipulated that iPad Mini with regards to all the searches that this jury's heard about.
That's correct, yes.
You told us yesterday that there are multiple records, as you defined it, records in this Exhibit 79 that have the same timestamp, correct?
For this binder here, the 79?
Exhibit 79, yes, sir.
Yes, that's correct.
And you told us specifically, if I heard you right, that does not mean that there were multiple searches with the identical timestamp, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And it does not mean that the website that's referred to in each one of those duplicate records, it doesn't mean that that website was visited twice.
Unless the visit count says twice, then yes, but like I said, that parsed and carved record, there's the same record of the same thing that happened, just different spots pulled from the database. So,
and you did not, in what's been marked Exhibit 79, you did not indicate to whoever looks at Exhibit 79 what were those duplicate records.
I did.
How'd you do that?
I spoke with the prosecution, our ADAs, and explained what this is and how it parses out the data and when it prints out.
What I'm asking you, though, is when someone opens up that book, and let's just say someone like a juror, when they open up that book, there's nothing to indicate to them out of those 3,677 quote records which one is duplicative and which one is not.
Well, I just testified to it now and also on direct, and it also shows in the book the same date and time stamp, and I explained the parsed and carved records. I don't have a paper written report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
You don't have a what?
Paper written, handwritten report, if that's what you're trying to infer.
I'm really not trying anything. I'm just asking you that if someone were to look at those 3,677 records, there's no term used that says this is a multiple, this is a duplicate of record 1 or record 2. It says nothing like that in the book, does it?
Objection.
Asked and
You can
answered.
answer.
I don't fully understand. So you're asking if there's something that says that one's a duplicate and one's not?
I've asked, yes, that's what I'm asking.
By the same date and time stamp on the record, and as I explained, the parsed and carved, but I don't know if there's anything, like there's no key guide that says what it is.
Okay.
if that's what you mean.
And yesterday you also told us about something called redirects, correct?
Yes.
And that a redirect means that the computer or the device on its own, with the software, with the browser, redirected the user to another website.
When they click on a website, it can redirect, yes.
Okay. And it's the device and the software operating within the device that determines a redirect. It is not the user.
That is correct.
And you don't have anything in this 3,677 records. You don't have, we'll use your reference, an index or anything to indicate the reader of this Exhibit 79, what are redirects and what are not.
That's correct.
And you have no idea how many, quote, redirects occur within this Exhibit 79.
Just the few that I saw. So I don't know. I don't have an exact number.
Okay. You would agree that with regards to Exhibit 79, that there was no activity on the gray MacBook between 3:50 a.m. and 4:52 a.m.
On what day?
January 1st of 2023.
Again, I'd have to double check. I remember there was Gmail usage around the 3 a.m. point, and then 4:52 there was some searches, but I don't know if there was anything in that time frame in between.
What, if you will, sir, maybe you could check.
Yep.
The defense is asking every question they possibly can about this evidence that doesn't address the elephant in the room, the 50 searches about how to murder or dismember your wife.
Counsel, can I see the side of the bench?
Judge calls a sidebar. Says, where are you going with this? I think the judge is probably looking at this 3,000 pages or 1,000 pages of this document and saying, you're not going to ask him to like go through those and pick out things now, are you? Like analyze and condense the report and basically make a verbal report on the whole thing, because that will waste a lot of court time. So where are you going with this? Would be my guess on what the judge is asking. The judge is going to say, what? Yeah. You don't hand a witness a 1,000-page report and say, go ahead and look through, see if you can find this. No judge is going to allow that. This particular question is a little bit narrower, and depending on how the records are put in, he might be able to scan through them if they're chronological, find the time in question, and then see when the gap was. So we might get this question, but I doubt we're going to have him do much searching in there. Oh, I don't think Brian Walshe knew that there was true crime shows. I don't think he ever watched CSI. I don't think he ever watched Matlock. I don't think he ever watched... I don't know. He definitely didn't watch Dexter. But, yeah. The defense is trying to make him look incompetent. Peter Tragos tried to explain some defense strategies yesterday, and I didn't understand. There are some interesting strategies, and I'm not sure if we're going to see them in this trial, but there are some times where a defense attorney purposefully tries to make the jury hate them so that their client doesn't look like the worst person in the room.
Did you find that?
Yes, I have it here, sir. Thank you. Yes, you're correct. 3:50 a.m. is record 1947, and then the following record is 1948 at 4:52 a.m.
So from 3.
Yesterday
so
you testified
window
that you recalled, or you thought you recalled, reference to William Fasto within the MacBook data.
That's correct.
Do you know where that is?
No, I don't.
Can you indicate, well, you just said no, you don't. Trooper Guarino, if I represented to you that there is absolutely no reference to William Fasto within these 3,677 records, would you agree with that?
I don't know. I don't remember. I remember seeing it somewhere, but I don't know if it was in the MacBook. There's, like I said, a lot of data.
It's fair to say, isn't it, that your examination of exhibit that's contained in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that that MacBook and any user of that MacBook ever accessed Anna Walsh's iMessages?
Her iMessages? No, I never saw any indication of that.
I'm going to refer you to page 555, record 2055.
What record number you said? 2055?
2055.
Okay, got it.
And that search query is, what is disposal of dead bodies?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder in that query, correct?
That's correct.
And that query occurred at 6:36:18, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page, stay on that same page, page 555, record 2057.
Okay.
It occurred at 6:36:22.
Yes.
And it regards body disposal options.
Yes.
No reference to murder, the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
Not in that one.
Turning to the next page, 556, record 2059. That occurred at 6:36:30, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
The search query involves cool ways to be buried, correct?
That's correct.
There's no reference to murder, correct?
What?
That's correct.
Page 557.
That's a new one.
Record number 2061.
Okay.
That occurred at 6:36:33.
Yes.
And it's a query of above ground burial options, correct?
That's correct.
And there's no reference to murder.
Yes, that's correct.
Yesterday, you did testify to some search queries that did include the word murder, correct?
That's correct.
And you would agree that these searches that we're talking to the jury about today, they began at 4:42 on January 1st of 2023.
452, but yes.
Okay, 4:52. The first time the term murder was introduced in these searches was at page 596, record 2185. That's correct, isn't it?
I don't know. I haven't memorized all of these, as you can tell.
I know you're looking.
But what record number you said?
Okay. Page 596, record 2185.
Yes, I have that here.
Okay, I'm sorry, I cut you off.
I was just going to say, I see it here. I don't know. I don't believe there's any other things with murder in the keyword search prior.
I'm sorry?
I don't know if there's any other words with keyword searches for Google with the word murder in it prior to this one. Again, like I said, I haven't memorized all of these records. It's quite a bit of them.
A lot of searches.
Well, if I represented to you that the first time the word murder appears in these searches is at page 596, record 2185. Would you agree with me?
I see it here, so I can just take your word for it.
Okay. And that occurred at 11:28:43 a.m.
Yes, that's correct.
So the first time the word murder appeared in all these records was approximately 6 hours after these searches began.
Again, I'd have to take your word for it, but it seems that.
And that search that we just talked about, the search at 596 record 2185, the one we just spoke about, that occurred right after a search at 595 record 2181, where the query is best way to dispose of body parts quietly.
That's correct.
And that occurred at 11:27:56 a.m., correct?
Yes.
So yesterday I asked you some questions about the use of additional terms to get a different search result. You remember those questions?
Yes, sir.
And that is one example in Exhibit 79, where first a search query did not use the word murder, and then it did use the word murder to get different results, correct?
I can't speak to the user's frame of mind when they're searching for something. I can just say yes or no to what the data shows. So those search terms have it, some don't. But I can't speak to why someone is searching what they're searching.
You testified yesterday, and I'm going to give you a cite, page 694, record 2507. If you can turn to that.
Yeah, sorry.
Page 694, record 2507.
Okay.
And that has to do with a query about hard drive removal.
Yes.
Correct? It's fair to say that tell us when that search occurred.
January 2nd, 2023 at 2:01:19 a.m.
Now, you're aware of the fact that certain devices, all made by Apple, were first turned over voluntarily to the police on January 6th of 2023.
No, that's not true.
I love when he corrects him.
You would agree that certain devices were turned over to the police on January 6th of 2023.
Yes, certain devices were.
And when those devices were turned over, those devices were examined, correct?
Yes, they were.
And all the hard drives were intact in all those devices.
Well, yes, they were.
And there was no evidence that any of the hard drives had been tampered with, correct?
Well, the products that we were
Was there any evidence that the hard drives in any of those devices turned over on January 6th had been tampered with?
They don't have standard hard drives that a PC has. They have different hard drive types. They're soldered onto the motherboards of these devices.
So there was no evidence that anything had been tampered with?
That's correct for these chips.
And then you're aware of the fact that then on January 8th, strike that. Let me ask that again. Those devices that were turned over on January 6th were returned to Mr. Walsh on January 7th.
Yes, that's correct.
And then those same devices that were first turned over on January 6th were seized on January 8th or thereafter.
On January 8th, yes.
And additional devices were also seized on January 8th.
Yes, they were.
And one of those devices that was seized on January 8th was this gray MacBook, correct?
Yes, sir.
The gray MacBook whose data appears in Exhibit 79.
Yes, sir.
And there was no evidence after a forensic examination of all the devices now in the possession of the state police that none of the hard drives had been tampered with.
Like physical tamper with, sir? Like physically or like trying to take them apart?
That's one question. We'll do it that way. Okay. Physically?
Other than the damage to the devices, no, there was no tampering, like screws missing that I saw.
And when you say the damage to the devices, are you talking about the one iPad mini that was cracked?
Yeah, well, and the screen on the gray MacBook, the display itself was not broken, but the LCD screen had like a flicker. It didn't work perfectly.
And none of that affected the data within those devices?
No, that's correct.
Yesterday, you testified with regards to a search history search at page 888, record 3127.
Kathy Mama Bear, thank you so much. 18 months on the jury and an OG.
All right, I have 888. Which one?
Record 3127.
Okay.
That search occurred on January 3rd of 2023, correct?
Yes, at 7:30 p.m.
At 7:38, correct?
That's correct.
And that search involved, can police get your search history without your computer, correct?
That's correct.
And once again, without repeating the same question, all those computers and iPhones and iPads were turned over on various dates, January 6th and January 8th and thereafter.
That's correct.
And you're unaware that any other computer or any other iPad or any other cell phone had been destroyed or otherwise disposed of?
Just one cell phone.
Okay. And the search history on all of these devices that were turned over, it was all intact, wasn't it?
Yes, the devices that were either turned over or seized during the warrant were.
And in your forensic analysis of all these devices, you did not see any evidence that anyone tried to remove, delete, or otherwise change the search history contained on these devices?
That's correct.
Yesterday, you testified to cell phone history search, and that's at page 904, record 3184.
Thank you, Troy. Welcome.
Yep, I have it.
And you're aware of the fact that Mr. Walshe was interviewed beginning on January 4th, correct?
I don't remember the exact days. I got involved in the case on the 6th, but I know he was spoken with prior to that.
That query, that search query that we just talked about, page 904, record 3184, that was conducted on January 4th at 8:55 a.m., correct?
That's correct.
But as you sit here today, you're not sure when Mr. Walshe was first interviewed by the law enforcement at his home.
That's correct.
Are you aware of the fact that he was not just interviewed once on January 4th, but twice? Are you aware of that? Were you ever, I guess your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
Are you aware of any dates that Mr. Walshe was in fact questioned or interviewed by the police at his home prior to his arrest?
I just know it was prior to the 6th.
In any event, in all of the devices that you did in fact forensically examine, you saw no evidence that any user tried to destroy any cell phone history as it applied to the cell phones, correct?
To Mr. Walsh's?
Yes.
That's correct.
Now, my understanding from your testimony yesterday is that you did not specifically conduct a full examination of any of the iPhones that were seized.
That's correct.
That would be Trooper Connor Keefe.
That's correct.
A user that uses these devices can delete information, can't they?
To a point.
Okay. But the fact of the matter is that those forensic tools that you use, Celebrite, Magnet Gray, Axiom, when you run the data that you extract from a device, that software can detect where a deletion occurred.
As I said, to a point.
It's fair to say that in your examination of the MacBook, device 3, and in all of those records in Exhibit 79, there's no indication that any data had been deleted.
I didn't see anything glaring.
Yesterday, you talked about the Chase account login data, and specifically the Chase login data that occurred on December 27th of 2022. Do you recall that?
Vaguely.
I refer you to page 259, record 951.
Thank you. What was the page again? 259, you said?
259.
Thank you. All right, I have it.
And you would agree with me that that particular activity, the Chase login, that extended up to and including record 1026, found at page 279.
Okay. Yep, I have it.
And it's fair to say that you do not know what was reviewed during that Chase login.
No, I do. I can see right here. So it goes, each URL, if you go into it, shows dashboard, overview, accounts. There's another one that shows dashboard, authorization, his when he signed out.
Do you know the details of what he viewed?
What was actually in his account? No.
Okay.
I just know that the headers for the Chase accounts that he was at.
So you don't know if the user was looking at balances, deposits, anything like that. You just know that he logged in to the Chase account.
Yes, whatever covers under the account overview or his login information, that's all I can tell. I don't know if he made transactions or...
And you do not know if there are multiple accounts associated with that Chase login.
That's correct.
I'm going to refer you to page 906, record 3195. Are you there yet?
No, you got me going from one end to the other.
Are we there yet?
All right.
3195.
3195.
Okay. 3195. Okay, have it.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
That's correct.
Occurred at 3:58:26 p.m. on January 7th, correct?
Yes, sir.
And now I'm going to refer you to record number 3292 on page 930.
Okay.
That's another Chase login, isn't it?
He's already logged, well, he's logged in from earlier, so it's the same login.
The technicality.
It's not the same login that's referenced at page 906-3195, is it? Because that login occurred on January 7th, correct?
Well, if you go back through, oh, I see the date change. Yep, it goes all the preceding ones are also Chase from the 7th and then the 8th.
So the reference specific to page 930, record 3292, that's a Chase login that occurred the next day on January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And that's at 3:02 a.m., correct?
Yes, it is.
So what you saw in this MacBook data was multiple logins on the Chase account, correct?
Yes.
And they spanned many days during this period that you examined it, 12/25/2022, up to and including January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
So there were many Chase logins apart and aside from the Chase login that you testified to on direct examination yesterday that occurred on December 27th of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You'd also note, and I'll focus your attention on page 948 at record 3362.
Okay.
That involves a login to a Fidelity account, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
And that login occurred at 7:04:21.
Yes.
So there are multiple logins involving financial institutions within that MacBook data that is contained in Exhibit 79, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you cannot tell this jury how many times there was a Chase login on this MacBook between 12/25/2022 and January 8th of 2023.
Unless I see the last visited count or I go through and hand count them, then no.
And the same question, you can't tell us how many times the Fidelity account was logged into between December 25th, 2022 and January 8th of 2023.
That's correct.
And of course, you didn't examine any data on the MacBook prior to December 25th, 2022, so you have no idea how many times Mr. Walshe or anyone else logged into the Chase account prior to December 25th of 2022.
Yes.
It's events showing he could have had a habit of logging into these accounts all the time.
I want to focus your attention to page 279 through 280 and record 1029 that is referenced on 279.
If we get another hot mic moment from this witness like we did in the Karen Reed trial, that'll be a bingo for me. He's getting tired of this.
All right. Okay.
Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
That was a Google search that occurred at 9:37:07, correct?
Record 1029? Yes.
And that occurred, once again, on 12/27, this 12/27 date that we keep hearing about, correct?
Yes.
That search and those results had to do with Porsches, didn't it?
Yes.
Had to do with someone searching for Porsche cars, correct?
Yeah, it looks like it says 911 Porsche 2009 for sale.
And one of those searches involved a Porsche for sale in Cohasset, didn't it?
I don't know. I can look. Oh, I see it. Yep.
That's a yes?
Car Gurus, yes.
Okay. That search that I just asked you about that occurred on 12/27, that search happened right after those Chase searches that occurred on 12/27, didn't it?
Yes.
And that Porsche search at 279, 280, and the other searches thereafter, they occurred right after those searches that you referenced yesterday to the jury about divorce, correct?
Believe so.
I'm going to focus your attention now to page 2.
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry.
They did. I just went back. I saw it.
I'm going to focus you now to page 234, record 863.
2, 3, 4. Okay.
That is a search that occurred on 12/27, once again, and it occurred around 8/23/13, correct?
I have 8/23/08, but yep.
Okay. And I'm going to ask you to go forward to record 870 and ask you to look at those records that run from 863 to 870. They all involve searching for a diamond ring, don't they?
Yes.
And one of the specific queries is a 4-carat diamond, correct?
Yes.
And there's a specific reference in the search at page 236, record 870, that it references BlueNile.com diamonds, correct?
That's correct.
These searches that you just testified to regarding searching for diamonds, they occurred just before the searches that you told us about regarding the divorces yesterday, correct?
Yes.
Talking about those divorce searches now, the divorce searches that occurred on 12/27, they start actually, with a search at page 240, record 887, and the search involves Katie Holmes' divorce.
Yes.
Katie Holmes is an actress. Do you know?
Yes.
And so that is the first search that appears on 1227 that includes the term divorce, correct?
Let's see. I believe so.
We've established that Katie Holmes is an actress.
And
We're making
then
ground
there's
here.
the searches that we talked about, you talked about yesterday on direct. And it's fair to say, isn't it, that those searches regarding divorce you testified to ran from page 241, record 891, to page 258, record 948.
Is that the question? Did I?
Yes.
Yes.
And you characterized them yesterday when asked by the Commonwealth. How do you characterize the nature of those searches? All showing divorce advice. Your words, correct?
Not gonna lie, I forget what I said, but I believe so.
Okay. So it's fair to say that if they ran from 8:33 to 8:54, that'd be a total of 21 minutes, correct?
Yes.
Thank you, Meg's Dragon. Appreciate
That's 21 minutes of looking at divorce, as you characterized it, divorce advice, and over 15 days of data that you extracted from the MacBook, correct?
Yes.
He decided divorce.
And these
wasn't
divorce
the option.
searches, once again, they occurred after the diamond searches, right after them, didn't they?
Yes.
And they occurred before the Porsche searches, didn't they?
Yes.
And these searches occurred before the Chase searches that you testified to.
Diamond, divorce,
So on 1227,
Porsche, Chase, murder. Got
that
it.
extracted data from the MacBook shows it all right around the same time. There was a Chase login, correct?
Yes.
Looks like someone was shopping for a diamond ring or a diamond, correct?
I don't know if they were shopping for it, but they were looking at it.
And somebody was looking at Porsches for sale, correct?
That's correct.
And there was no divorce-related searches that occurred in the data you looked at from 1225 up to and including up to the 1227 divorce searches you told us about.
Not that I saw.
It's fair to characterize these searches that you testified to yesterday that they began at 4:52, and sometimes the searches only seem to last no more than a minute or two.
I can't speak to the time frame for all of them because I don't have them all memorized, but I know some were short, some were not.
But in fact, if someone reviewed Exhibit 79 carefully and looked at the data would reveal, wouldn't it, how long and how short some of these searches went from one search query to the next, correct?
Yes, that's true.
And it would also show that during these searches that were being conducted, that at times the software, the browser, would then redirect and send the user to someplace else, and then a new search would be conducted, correct?
Again, I don't remember being all that many, but yes, that could happen.
And there are searches that include searches of what detergent to use to clean up, correct?
To clean up what?
Clean up what?
Clean up a wood floor?
From what?
You recall that? If you don't, that's fine.
Blood? After a
remember
murder?
having something else in that search string, but I don't remember just how to clean wood floors.
Okay. Do you remember, as you said here today, anything about searches for concrete floors?
Yes.
Okay.
He's trying to make him say blood.
All of these searches, they go on not just for one day. These searches go on for at least 3 days, don't they?
I believe they go from the 1st to the 4th.
Okay. And on January 3rd, there are searches about how to deal with smells and odors from a decomposing body, isn't there?
Yes.
And those searches about how to deal with an odor, they don't even begin until January 3rd, do they?
Well, that's about when the odor began.
If you know, if you don't, that's fine.
I thought on the 1st there was one how long it takes for a body to start smelling.
But not how to, that's correct,
Yeah,
but
but
not how to clean it up.
That's correct.
And not how to mask the smell or anything of the sort.
No, there is January 1st, 4:58. How long does a body stop smelling?
But not how to mask it, correct?
Yeah, that's correct.
And not how to clean it up.
I'm not seeing that.
You're not seeing it?
I'm not seeing it. I'm just seeing the beginning ones that I've already talked about.
That's all I have.
Yay. Sorry.
Redirect.
Very, very briefly.
79.
Trooper, what is a search? She asked some very basic questions.
If we could just put up Exhibit 79, page 593, just to clear up one thing. Record 2171. If you could just read that title, please, Trooper.
Yep. It says your spouse is missing and you want a divorce / hello divorce.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 1st, 2023, 10:49 a.m.
So that is after 12/27 of 22, is that right?
Yes.
Thank you. And Trooper, you talked about on cross-examination, you were asked about devices that you received on January 6th of 2023 by Mr. Walsh. Did you receive the MacBook?
No, I did not.
You received, what did you receive?
The iPhone 13 mini and 2 iPads, iPad 6 and iPad 6 mini.
And did those have hard drives like a laptop?
No, they have memory chips similar to the MacBooks, but not like a PC hard drive.
And did you find at the search warrant a PC or a laptop with a traditional hard drive?
No.
And did you search the house for a traditional laptop or a PC?
Yes, I did.
One moment. Thank you.
Any recross?
No.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would call William Foley.
Just remain standing and face the clerk. Step right up here, sir. Just watch step. Sir.
Thank you.
May proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is William Foley, Foley.
And where do you work, sir?
I work for U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
What does the U.S. Customs and Border Protection do?
The U.S. Customs and Border Protection inspects arriving merchandise, cargo, and travelers traveling into and out of the United States.
And how long have you been with U.S. Customs and Border Protection?
With U.S. Customs and Border Protection for 13 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
My responsibilities are mainly to inspect documents of individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
Are you familiar, as a result, with a system known as TECS, T-E-C-S?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Sure. So TECS is a law enforcement tool that basically stores arriving and departing records for individuals that are traveling into and out of the United States.
And who has access to it?
U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
And how are entries in TECS generated?
They're mainly inputted by the airlines when passengers travel internationally on aircraft.
Now, are you familiar with another system called APIS?
Yes.
Can you tell us what that is?
Yes, so APIS stands for Advanced Passenger Information System. It's a system used by the airlines to transmit travel data of passengers traveling into and out of the United States.
And what interaction does that have with TECS?
Once a record is inputted into APIS, it's transmitted to TECS within 72 hours of a traveler's arrival or departure into the United States.
And what would someone who's traveling in or out of the United States need to give in order to have their information go into APIS?
A passport.
And now, what happens if someone has dual citizenship and has two passports?
So the airlines scan whichever passport or record whatever passport is provided to them by the traveler.
And if someone has dual citizenship, would it record still that they're coming or leaving the country?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
So if someone has dual citizenship and they use another country's passport, does it still get recorded into APIS?
Yes.
Okay. Now, sir, you've earlier provided some documentation from TECS that's been stipulated to as Exhibit 82. Your Honor, with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish Exhibit 82.
And the description of Exhibit 82 is what?
A two-page text document having the name Anna Walshe.
Is it from one of these two systems?
It is from the TECS system by U.S. Customs and Border Protection.
All right. The 2 pages of TECS documents are now admitted into evidence as Exhibit 82.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. And this is pre-marked as 82? It's okay. We're literally on the same page. So, Mr. Foley, can you see the screen, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to walk us through this document. The date at the top left-hand corner in time, what is that, sir?
July 8th, 2025.
And underneath that, encounter date start and encounter end date. What are those two dates representing?
Those dates are the travel records from January 1st, 2022 and ending on July 7th, 2025 pertaining to Anna Walshe.
And what is the date of birth?
Date of birth is April 12th, 1983.
And scrolling down, sir, there's 2 lines of entry with Anna Walsh's name. Can you walk us through what those two lines represent?
Sure. So the bottom line shows that Anna Walshe departed the United States on November 23rd, 2022, and returned to the United States on December 7th, 2022.
So on that bottom line, after November 23rd, 2022, there is a UA under carrier code. What's that mean, sir?
That stands for United Airlines.
And what does the O in the next column mean, sir?
That stands for outbound.
And now, sir, it says on board. What is the significance of that?
That shows that the airline confirmed that she was on board the aircraft.
Now, on the top row of data right above that, what does LH mean under carrier code?
That stands for Lufthansa Airlines.
And what does the I mean, sir?
Inbound.
Now, underneath that, there is a legend. And can you just run through the legend for us as far as what the codes and values are next to them?
Sure. So DUB is Dublin, Ireland. FRA, Frankfurt International Airport in Frankfurt, Germany. BOS is Boston Logan International Airport. And IAD is Dulles International Airport in Washington, D.C.
And, sir, other than those two entries, were there any other records of Anna Walshe traveling outside the country from January 1st, 2022 to your July date in 2025?
No, sir.
Nothing further with Mr. Foley, Your Honor.
Any cross?
Very quick witness.
The records that have been admitted as Exhibit 82, they're not public records, are they?
No, sir.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Patrick Reardon.
Patrick's up next. We're going fast. We're probably going to go through some record keepers here, custodians.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Patrick Reardon.
Right this way, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Morning.
Sir, could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Patrick Reardon, R-E-A-R-D-O-N.
Where do you work, sir?
Cohasset.
And what do you do in Cohasset?
I am a sergeant and a canine handler.
How long have you been? You say sergeant, so I'm assuming Cohasset Police Department.
Yes.
How long have you been with the Cohasset Police Department?
About 18 years.
And how long have you been a sergeant?
About 3 years.
And how long have you been a canine handler?
About 15 years.
And in January of 2023, what was your canine's name?
Einstein.
Now, what type of dog is Einstein?
He's a Belgian Malinois.
And what type of police dog is Einstein?
He's certified as a patrol dog. He tracks, it does area searches, building searches.
What type of training did he go into to be able to track?
So initially he takes myself and him go through a 16-week training with the local sheriff's office. And from there we do a twice a month training.
And now, sir, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 5th of 2023. Did you have the opportunity to do a track or an area search with Einstein that day?
I did.
Approximately what time?
About 10:20 in the morning.
And what was the weather like?
It was cool, cloudy.
And where did you conduct this search?
I conducted the search in the front left side, in the rear of the property.
And when you say the property, is that 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
Now,
I'm going to show you the dog.
Sir, what type of search was this?
This was considered an area search.
And what would you call it? Can you tell us what an area search means?
An area search basically means it's not a track, so we don't have a definitive area of where the person would have started. So an area search would just be using the dog to try and pick up a scent of human odor in the area.
Now, Your Honor, if I may, we've stipulated to a series of photographs from Exhibits 83 to 89, and if I could publish the first of those, Exhibit 83.
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
This is a picture from their Facebook page of Einstein.
Sergeant, can you see the image on the screen?
I can.
Is that the general area of the home that you had the opportunity to do your area search of?
It is.
And if we may have Exhibit 84. Now, Sergeant, do you see this image, Exhibit 84?
Yes.
Is the home in Exhibit 84?
Yes.
Now, sir, can you just tell us generally how far the home is set back from Route 3A?
It's about 100 yards.
And just generally looking at Exhibit 84, can you tell us again where you did your search?
So as you look at the home, I started the area search in the front left between the home and 3A on the left-hand side and worked my way back through the area where you can see Peppermint Brook.
Now, if we may have Exhibit 85. Sir, what part of the home is this?
That's the front.
And did you have the opportunity to walk this area with Einstein?
To the left of the driveway, yes.
And if we could have Exhibit 86. Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And that was also an area you got to walk with Einstein?
Yes.
All right. And Ms. Gilman, could we have, just a little bit out of order, Exhibit 39 from the other day? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
What is this of the house?
This is the backyard of the home.
What animals were in the backyard of the home when you were doing your search with Einstein?
There was a large German Shepherd in the fenced-in area.
And how was it behaving?
It was barking consistently at us.
And what was Einstein doing during this?
He was fine. He's not dog aggressive, so he continued to work.
And so is that what that other dog would be considered, dog aggressive?
Yes.
And could we have Exhibit 87? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
Where is this in relation to the home?
It's to the left of the home.
And did you get to walk this with Einstein?
I did.
And then if we could have Exhibit 88? Do you recognize this area, sir?
Yes.
And where was this?
Similar area to the left of the home, towards the back.
And then the final image I want to show you is Exhibit 89. And where is this in relation to the home?
That's in the backyard as well, the gravel path that leads up to the back.
And now, sir, what, if anything, did you find?
We didn't find anything.
And how long did you do that area search with Einstein?
It was approximately 25, 30 minutes.
And did you go inside the fence where the dog was?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Because the dog was there and it wouldn't have worked out.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
A couple more pictures of Einstein really quickly. Here's the first one.
Ross,
No questions.
the witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
It was a good dog. It was a good dog. Love it. Right. Quick witnesses, as
Commonwealth
we
may
said.
call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Tom Menino.
Right this way. There you go.
Good morning. You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Thomas Menino, M-E-N-I-N-O.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm currently employed with JetBlue,
In what capacity?
corporate security manager. out of Boston Logan Airport.
Thank you. And how long have you been employed by JetBlue as corporate security?
Just under 2 years.
And what are your responsibilities there?
Security issues at the airport, keeper of the records.
And so as part of your job, you said you are keeper of the records,
Correct.
Custodian of the records?
Correct.
Thank you. And does JetBlue Airlines keep records of customers flying on its planes in the normal course of business?
Yes, we do.
And how are your company's records kept?
Electronically.
When are entries made of those records?
As soon as someone purchases a reservation for an airline ticket, that's when we get the record.
Thank you. So as close to a transaction being made as possible?
Correct.
And why are records kept?
Just because we want to know who's flying on us, and if there's any issues
I
with it.
apologize, Judge, I just can't hear the witness.
Okay, I'm just going to ask the witness, this is a really large courtroom. Lean right into that microphone in a big, bold voice.
Sorry.
Thank you so much. If you could just repeat that answer.
So just so we know who's flying on our airline and that we, just have a record for them.
Thank you. So are your records kept in good faith?
Yes, they are.
And do you have JetBlue records concerning reservations for December 25th of 2022 through January 30th of 2023 for passenger Anna Walsh with a date of birth of April 12th, 1983 that you have provided to the Commonwealth?
Yes, we did.
Your Honor, I'd ask now that we enter in, which has already been previously marked as Exhibit 92.
9-2?
9-2.
Presumably, we're going to hear about what 90 and 91 are later?
Yes, we will, Your Honor.
All right. So 92 are the records from JetBlue.
That's all we need
They're
from you.
marked and admitted into evidence.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Job done.
I also ask that they be published for the jury at this time electronically.
Job's done.
You may.
Do you have a copy of those, sir?
I don't have them with me.
I will bring them right up to you.
Thank you.
You had one job.
May I approach, Your
Bring
Honor?
the records.
Yes, you may.
Thank you so much.
It's okay. We brought a copy. We anticipated your oversight. I mean, JetBlue, budget airline, can't afford the extra paper and all. I'm disappointed he's not wearing a JetBlue polo representing the company. Get a little more advertisement. I was thinking this is a great chance for them.
Thank you. Mr. Menino, are you familiar with those records?
I am.
Thank you very much. Looking at the reservation on 12/25/22, could you go to that page, Ms. Gilman? Thank
Explain
you.
to us what we're seeing here.
Okay.
Where was there a reservation from?
This reservation was from
DCA.
DCA, which is Reagan National Airport, to Boston.
So, and the code for Boston?
BOS.
Thank you. And what time was that reservation for?
It was for 6:30 p.m.
And can you tell if Ms. Walsh took that flight?
No, that flight was refunded.
Okay, so you can tell that she did not take that flight, is that correct?
Correct.
And where do you see that flight was refunded?
Where it says STAT, S-T-A-T, it says RFND.
Airports are all about acronyms.
And what happened to that flight? Do you know? Did that flight go that day?
That flight went, but that was a refunded ticket.
Okay. And when was that flight purchased?
Looks like it was issued on December 20th of 2022.
Going to the next record on 12/27.
And Biggin?
Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/27/22?
Yes.
And where was, from where?
This flight was from Boston to Reagan National Airport.
And what time?
7:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
This flight here was booked through JetBlue when it was with the Northeast Alliance. That meant we were dealing with American Airlines. And so this was purchased for an American Airlines ticket. So we don't have record of if she took that flight or not.
And when was that flight purchased?
It was December 20th of 2022,
And where can you see that?
where it says issued.
You say they don't have record if she took the flight?
And looking at the next page, please. Did Ms. Walsh have a flight on 12/30/22?
Yes, she did.
And from where to where?
That flight was from Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
That was at 6:30 a.m.
And did she take that flight on December 30th of 2022?
That ticket was used.
And when was that flight purchased?
December 20th of 2022.
And what's the difference, if you know, between created and issued?
Yeah. So it's created. That's when it was the ticket was created. Was that date, and it was issued. The ticket was issued on the second date.
It's a 400-mile flight.
Sorry, that was created on November 5th of 2022.
It takes about an hour and a half.
And then it was issued?
Yes.
Okay. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if you could just go back to that. Thank you. So created is the day it was purchased?
Correct.
Thank you. And was there a flight on January 3rd of 2023?
That's correct.
And from where to where?
From Boston to Reagan.
And what time?
That would be at 6 a.m.
And was that flight used? And Ms. Gilman, if you could go down now.
No, that says it was no-show, so that meant that the person did not show up for the flight.
What's the difference between refund and no-show?
So refund is you can cancel your ticket prior to your flight and get your money back. No-show means you just don't show up for the flight.
And looking at the next document, please. Was there a flight reservation for January 13th of 2023?
Yes.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight as well.
And if you could go down, please. And where do you see that?
Right there, it says CMP2. Hold on, let's make sure I get the right one. The third, sorry, it's CMP1. It's the lower one.
Thank you.
Keep on one.
And going back up, when was that?
That was created on November 5th of 2022.
Okay. And looking at 116, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for 116 of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was that flight scheduled from?
That was from Boston to Reagan.
And what time was that flight for?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
That was a no-show on that flight.
And when was that flight purchased? Going up, please.
November 5th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you go up in the record so we could see that, please?
These are all business
Go up,
commuter
please.
flights back and forth from
Thank you.
her house to her work,
And going to the next document, please.
her family's home to her work home. 400 miles back and forth. Saves 8 to 11 hours of driving, depending on traffic.
And looking at this document, did Ms. Walsh have a flight reservation for January 27th of 2023?
Yes, she did.
And where was this reservation from?
Reagan International Airport to Boston.
And what time?
6:30 p.m.
And did Ms. Walsh take that flight?
That was a no-show for that flight.
And when was that flight purchased?
That flight was purchased on November 5th, 2022.
And looking at the January 30th, 2022, did she have a flight reservation for that date?
She did.
And where was the reservation from?
Boston to Reagan International Airport.
And what time?
6 a.m.
And did she take that flight?
She did not. No show.
And when was that flight purchased?
On November 5th, 2022.
And the final page, please. And what is this document showing, Mr. Menino?
These are just flights that we had scheduled for, it looks, December 23rd, 2022, December 24th, 2022, December 25th, December 30th, 2022, and January 1st, 2023.
And so that shows whether or not the flight went or was canceled?
Correct.
And those are only the JetBlue flights, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So this would show the the December 25th of 22 flights, whether they flew or were canceled.
That's correct.
Thank you very much.
Good witness. Any cross?
Any cross-exam?
No questions, Judge.
Witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just like that. We're already on to our 6th witness of the morning, or of the trial.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
The Commonwealth would call Greg Lawrence.
I believe he is also another keeper of the records. Still holding out for a polo with the company logo on it. Disappointed once again.
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Gregory Lowrance, last name spelled Lowrance.
And where do you work, sir?
The Cohasset Police Department.
And how long have you worked there?
Since 2018.
And what are your rank and responsibilities?
Currently, I am a police officer assigned as a school resource officer to the elementary school in town.
And what were your responsibilities in January of 2023?
I was working as a patrol officer.
In what shift were you working on January 4th of 2023?
The 8 a.m. to 4 p.m. shift.
And how were you dressed for that shift?
Regular department uniform.
And where were you dispatched at approximately 11:44 a.m. on January 4th of 2023?
516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset.
Sir, can you keep your voice up, please?
I'm sorry.
Lean right into that microphone.
You can also move that a little closer to you, the microphone, if you want.
He's super nervous.
Now, what was the purpose, what was your purpose of going to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
I believe it was for a well-being check.
And what did you do upon arrival to that residence?
I exited my cruiser and approached the side door of the residence.
And then what happened?
I was met by the resident of the house, Mr. Brian Walshe.
And where did you meet him?
I was on the door to the right of the main front door.
Okay. And what did he say, if anything, when you arrived?
He wanted to file a missing persons report for his wife.
What was his demeanor?
He was calm, collected.
And was this interaction that you had with him recorded?
It was not.
And did Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras at that time?
We did not.
Does Cohasset Police Department have body-worn cameras now?
We do not.
And did he say why he wanted to report his wife missing?
He contacted her workplace And they had not heard from her, and he had not heard from her in a few days.
What did he tell you about the last time that he had seen her?
It was on January 1st, 2023.
What, if anything else, did he tell you?
That it was the morning between 6 a.m. and 7 a.m. Before she took a flight back to Washington, D.C. for work.
And did he tell you where she was taking a flight from?
Logan Airport.
And did he tell you how she got to Logan Airport?
She took an Uber from the residence.
And did he say what he had done to contact her?
He had tried to call and text her, and also was reaching out to friends and coworkers in the D.C. area.
And did he say whether or not this was typical behavior?
It was not.
What did he say about their typical behavior?
When she is away from the family for work, they usually FaceTime frequently, so he can FaceTime with their children.
Officer Lawrence, what did you next do in regard to Mr. Walsh's missing person report?
I returned to my cruiser to go into my cruiser bag and take out a blank NCIC missing persons report form to fill out.
And what is NCIC?
It is the National Crime Information Center, a national database used for law enforcement to get information out to surrounding agencies.
So what kind of information do you need for that?
Just basic biographical information, any personal appearance information, anything that will help locate a missing person.
And were you able to compile information for that form?
Yes.
And at this point, Your Honor, I'd like to put into evidence what's been marked by agreement as Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
Exhibit 93 is now in evidence, the NCIC form.
Thank you. And before I ask you a question about that, who gave you the information to fill out the form?
Brian Walsh.
Do you recognize Brian Walsh in the courtroom today?
Yes.
Can you please point him out for the record?
He's right there in a black suit, red tie.
Your Honor, might the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant?
The record will so reflect.
Thank you. Your Honor, I'd like to publish Exhibit 93, the NCIC form.
You may.
Thank you. What did the defendant tell you was the name of his wife?
Anna Walsh.
And what did he say was her date of birth?
April 12th, 1983.
Where did he tell you she was born?
Belgrade.
What information did the defendant tell you about where Anna Walsh lived?
They owned a townhouse in Washington, D.C., which she stayed at when she was down there for work.
Ms. Gilman, if you could go down. And what did he say was the address?
5334 43rd Street, Northwest.
And did he give you the Washington, D.C. and the zip code?
Yes, ma'am.
And did he say what her car was?
Yes.
And what was that?
A 2022 gray Volkswagen Taos.
And did he give you a physical description of her?
Yes, ma'am, he did.
And what was that physical description that he gave you?
About 115 pounds in weight, 5'2" height, brown hair, brown eyes.
And did he provide you any information about her phone?
Yes, he supplied me with her cell phone number.
And why is the cell phone number important for you?
Thank you, greeters.
Then we can conduct a ping of the cell phone to determine its last known location.
And what number did the defendant give you did he also, besides her cell phone, did he also give you his cell phone number?
Yes, he did.
And what number did he give you?
617-939-8646.
And did the defendant tell you what airline Ms. Walsh was going to fly?
He said that she was flying JetBlue.
And why is that information important?
Then we can contact Logan Airport and determine if she boarded any flights for JetBlue that day.
And after obtaining the information from the NCIC form, where did you then go?
I then returned to the Cohasset Police Department.
And I should ask, did you go inside the house at that time?
I did not.
How long were you at the house?
Probably around 20 minutes.
And at some point, did you go back to the house that night?
I did.
And why did you go back to the house that night?
I returned to the residence around 6:30 p.m. For a recorded interview with Sergeant Harrison Schmidt.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
There's a massive binder she's carrying around. Almost need a forklift for that much.
I think so.
Sloth Life, thank you for the gifted membership.
2 questions. Had you ever been to that house before?
No, sir.
And you started working at Cohasset in 2018?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Can I see counsel at the side of the bench? The witness may step down.
Good question. That gives the impression in the mind of the jury there were no domestic type incidents that the police were aware of. At least this officer was aware of previously. It's a great question by defense. Sloth Life, thank you very much. Goose Toots, you're the gifted recipient there. The recipient of the gift, I should say. Just like that, we've doubled how many witnesses we've talked to in this trial. We had Patrick Regan, the canine handler. We had Tom Marino from JetBlue. And now we just had Greg Lawrence, who should be done now. He was the one who took the missing person report for the Cohasset Police Department from Brian Walshe. I'm thinking it's break time. I've got 10:58. Am I running to the post office at lunch? I could. I think that would be a great idea. Red Pen doing a great job.
Approximately 10 seconds early to your morning break. Have a good break.
All rise to the court, please. Close your notebooks.
Close your notebooks. Follow me. I think we have one more custodian of records, or possibly 2, to come in. Going over the schedule again. Court starts at 9 o'clock, or should. We started a couple minutes late, 5 or 10 minutes late. We run to 11. 11 o'clock, we get a half-hour break, roughly. That's for the jurors to do whatever they need to do in the half-hour break, because they have to come back and sit until 1 o'clock, where we will leave for lunch for
Have a good break.
For 1 hour. Lunch ends at 2 promptly. Brian has to sit there. You can't go, Brian. You have to wait for your escort. They make you sit down as well for this process, for your safety and theirs. 1 hour lunch till 2 o'clock, and then once we come back from lunch, you have a 2-hour stint where we run until 4 o'clock, and then court will end at 4. That's the schedule we probably will be keeping for the most part throughout this trial. Any news on the crazy landlord-tenant case? Have they set a trial date for trial? I don't know on that one. Should be. I thought it was the first part of this month. Obviously, we're going to be tied up here, so I'm not sure if we're going to be able to catch that. Let's see. Lunch at 11 until 2. This is morning break. Morning break. 11 to 11:30 is what we expect the break to be. Anything that stood out to you this morning in the testimony? I'll tell you that I got the impression, and I get this often, that the lawyers, and we're talking prosecution and defense, as they're keeping notes, they know every time the other side scores even the smallest of point, right? When it comes to record keeping, a lot of us lay viewers or jurors might not recognize the importance of a specific point, but the lawyers recognize that. And when you get up for a cross or redirect examination, they're trying to counter that point. And so sometimes on redirect, like we saw this morning, the prosecution got up and was like, just to clarify that there was this search on this date, right? And they're like, okay, check. And it seems petty almost. But that's how they play the game. To some of us, it might not matter. It's like, what was that for? But it's the back and forth because the game is won by a series of very small points usually. so it's fun to watch that and see what's important to them on the redirect. All right, why 30 minutes? Does the judge need to smoke? I don't know. I don't know why the 30 minutes, but that's just how the judge does it. Maybe it will make sense during deliberations. What stood out to me is that Mr. Tipton is pounding the binder, not the facts, the law, or the podium. Mr. Tipton had to dance around. He had to address the big questions, right? The murder questions. And you heard when he did it, he tried to divide it up. He's like, in this initial time period up until 7 o'clock, there are no searches that mention murder, right? Up until 11 o'clock, there's no search that mentions murder on his Google searches. And the officer's like, Greeno's like, correct. It was just after 11 that he started mentioning the murder searches. And then he did a search on how to clean the floor. And he's like, well, the search was how to clean the floor from blood, and how to clean the concrete from blood. But he's trying to make it sound as innocent as possible in that. And obviously the numbers game where he's like, you've got 3,000 pages or records here. And of all those records, the tiny bit have to do with divorce, right? Just a teensy tiny bit. And let's drag Katie Holmes in here while we're at it, right? Interesting distraction, trying to say that you don't know him looking up banking information right after his wife dies. That's not motive. No, because you didn't search his records before she died, like before December 25th. So you have no idea if he just every morning got up and logged into Fidelity. He's like, how much money do we have, and can I afford a Porsche yet? You don't know because we didn't search. The search warrant didn't allow that. So good times, good fun, but it's I would hate to have the defense job here. The set of facts that they are up against is very problematic, to say the least, and they're doing what they can. So good fun, and I'm enjoying his style, even though it's a little bit, even though he walks away from the mic, it wasn't so bad today. Anything else you want to bring up before we break? I have not yet made the song. We probably need to make a song about the Google searches. Let's see. I'm lonely in the not yet guilty camp, says Marisa. The state has not yet proven the murder, right? They have to prove that beyond a reasonable doubt that he killed her. I think they can. I think the jury accepts the fact that she's dead. That's okay, but they have to prove that he did it beyond a reasonable doubt. I believe it can be done using circumstantial evidence. I've been in the guilty camp before in cases where there were no body, and the evidence was circumstantial, and I think it can be done here. It sure made it easier with his searches because that just it eliminates a lot of doubt in my mind. We did stay away from the popcorn. That was good. We're going to see videos of him at the dumpsters. I believe we will, K-Girl. I think we're going to see at least records of him there. I think there were a couple times they mentioned a white male with dark hair right in the openings. A white male with dark hair, or maybe that was witness number one. I think it was witness number one that talked about that. I think we might see those videos. I think the prosecutor sounds like Jennifer Coolidge. Just me. A couple people have mentioned that, Lucy. And yes, the last Greg Lawrence, I think it was him, did look like Elijah Wood's long-lost cousin. 30-minute breaks are long when you have nothing to do but use the restroom and grab a drink, says Laurie. Well, now's a great time to do that. Now's a great time also to remind you that if you go on Twitter, you'll see that Josh from Courtroom Confidential has posted that tonight at 5 p.m. Pacific, 8 p.m. Eastern, we're going to have the two of us, Josh and I, are going to be on talking about the Brian Walshe Day 3 recap, what happened today. So if you want to join, Josh is always an incredible host. Love that channel, love his whole team. Honestly, it's a joy to just hook up with them on the StreamYard and just chat before the show. There's such great people and afterwards as well. So amazing channel, amazing host. I love that he's going places in the world of true crime, as he's now got some pretty awesome gigs going with commentating on cases. Always complete gentleman and a scholar as well. How's the family following the flu? Oh my goodness, Mrs. R.A. is better. Okay, she's like 90% today. The kids, they took it harder, and they're bouncing back. We're not yet to the let's go places thing, but they're pretty much mostly healthy. They just got that little residual cough that sounds awful, earaches and things. Fever's gone. That's good. So don't have to medicate everybody. Prosecutor's name is Tracy Cusick. She's doing a great job, in my opinion, even though she beats the basic facts a bit too much. We don't know the jury demographics. It does sound like she's covering her bases with somebody who, I don't know, was in a bomb shelter for the last 20, 30 years and just came out and doesn't understand basic things like the internet and email and all the terms that are in that vernacular, I guess. There's another big word. I probably used it wrong, red pen. I apologize. The basic questions get me, because usually she asks the basic question. It's like, okay, that's foundation. How do you have these records? Well, it's from searches that are done on the computer. And what is a search on the computer? That's just when you query for information and it returns. And what is information? And it's like, stop. That my 2-year-old plays this game, or my 2-year-olds, every single one of them when they were 2, played this game. And at one point it's like, just because, right? You just want to say, because it is, okay? And stop asking questions. But it's a game you can't win. If my brother was on the jury, he'd benefit from the extra explaining. He's a technophobe. There might be somebody, and this might be purposeful. We obviously did not sit in on the jury selection, so they might know something about the jury or numerous members of the jury that we don't. We do know that in jury selection, the state did not use all their strikes. Defense did. So it stands to reason that the prosecution is happier with the jury pool than defense. That's what I get out of that. Defense didn't like the way it was going. All right, if I were a juror, that would make me mad. Like, we aren't that simple. I think she does pretty well with it. She doesn't go too far. We laugh and joke about it a little bit, but it's not like dumbing it down. Like, use smaller words so the jury would. She did say use your words, right, which was similar, but that was more to the witness instead of the jury. You know what they say about assume, better to explain. And she knows things we don't know, so could be a reason. All right. Katie Holmes, wasn't she married to Tom Cruise? Yeah, and that came in the middle of nowhere about, I guess, one of his divorce searches had to do with Katie Holmes' divorce. IB Babs, I just got here. Is it worth rewinding to see what already happened this morning? Let me recap a little bit. Will I get some more water? We've had 4 people on the stand, I think. We started the day with the end of Trooper Greeno. Trooper Greeno was the same officer who read the Proctor text messages in the Karen retrial, like the bad ones. Okay, it's that one. He's a keeper of the records. That's his job. He was in a car accident, a duty-related accident, got injured, so he's sort of working the desk. I think he would much rather be out on patrol if he had his rathers, but that's where he's at right now. So he's working the desk, and he keeps track of these records, and he has to read the internet searches for Brian Walshe. And so defense is cross-examining him on these searches while dancing around the fact that Brian Walshe Googled how to murder almost like in a step-by-step process throughout the whole event. And so they're focusing on everything but the murder, just trying to distract and look at the divorce and look at, the timing and when he didn't do things as opposed to when he did. So that was how we ended the day. Next witness was Patrick I've got Regren. I think I spelled that wrong. He was the canine handler that had the dog named Einstein. And you ask, why would we have the canine handler with the dog named Einstein testifying in court when his evidence was literally, we found nothing? And the reason the prosecution bring this up is to show that there was a thorough investigation, that they did look everywhere. They tried. If the defense can get up and say, you didn't do the obvious thing, you didn't even go into the house, if they can bring that up, obviously it looks really bad on the prosecution because they are connected to the investigators. They're on the same team. So the state or the Commonwealth says, look, we brought a police dog. We searched the property. We looked to see if there were some other options or something that might have happened, and there was nothing found. So that's just to show the completeness of the investigation. So that was a quick witness and a beautiful dog as well. Witness number 5 was Tom Menino, JetBlue corporate security manager, keeper of the records, and keeper of all the acronyms. As we saw from the records from JetBlue, everything is stored in record form without using any vowels. I don't know. I guess it saves space on the hard drive because they're all digital records. But anytime you fly anywhere on any airline, they keep a record of everything from when you bought the ticket to when the flight flew and whether or not you were on it. So that is all there. And we could see that Anna Walshe used JetBlue to fly back and forth between Reagan and Boston airports regularly and planned ahead, sometimes months ahead for these flights. So she had this schedule that she knew where she was going to go back and forth. And then we saw on there, obviously, after her death, all the flights that had been planned that she did not take were no-shows. Not asked for a refund, but no-shows. The ticket was purchased, the plane flew, the flight, but the customer did not show up because obviously she was not able to. So that was the JetBlue security manager. Next and last, we had witness number 6 of the trial, Greg Lawrence. He spelled it Lawrence, a lot like, I think they make hummingbird feeders. There's a company makes, no, not hummingbird feeders. They make, I'm sorry. Hummingbird is another company. Lawrence makes ice fishing fish finders, as does Hummingbird. Ask me how I know. I like ice fishing. But he was with the Cohasset Police Department, and he took the missing person report from Brian Walshe. I missed the day that he did that, but he basically showed up, and Brian Walshe is like, hey, I'd like to file a report. He goes back to the car, gets the form, fills it out. And then later he returned and does an interview, with the first interview of Brian Walshe at his house. So that's what happened this morning. Beyond that, I would say not a lot of spice. Some of the most interesting things that happened were pre-trial or pre-jury this morning, where the judge had some commentary, some back and forth with the counsel about, hey, there's going to be a point where I'm going to give an instruction, and if you don't tell me when to give the instruction, I'm going to just do it on my own. And that's has to do with consciousness of guilt, I believe it was. And a lot of sidebars about that. Thank you very much, Rita, for that. So I'm loving this judge. I really am. I like that she keeps a schedule. It's a shorter schedule than I prefer. I wish we had a couple more hours of the day that we could put to use in this trial because it's a long one. But the schedule, she keeps to the schedule. She is very aware of what's coming up, right? Which means that there was probably a lot of battles in the motions in limine pre-trial, that she's basically pre-fought a lot of these battles and has researched them and knows her position, and then as the case proceeds, she's like, okay, so let me know when we get there. We're going to fight this out, and I'll tell you where I'm leaning. I want you to bring this. If you can present it this way, let me know. I love that. I love a judge that is involved but not making the decisions for either side. just ruling on the balls and the strikes like an umpire. Chris Wallace gifted a membership. Thank you very much, Chris. She's a very fair judge and firm. She does control the courtroom. I'm not sure if it's just that these lawyers are extremely respectful, or if it's the judge herself. But there hasn't been a lot of push back and forth. There hasn't been a lot of challenging the judge's authority or decisions, or forcing the lawyers to do something one way or another. It doesn't seem like they are, there are two battles, right? It's between the prosecution and the defense, but sometimes it seems like there's a battle between the judge and the prosecution, or the judge and the defense. That's not present in this one. And it lets us just focus on the case, which is great. Judge totally rocks, yes. The judge has been a breath of fresh air after recent trials. I like her. She's good. All right. Angela, I have a cousin that has been missing since 2012. Oh, and her murderer was convicted without finding her body. Oh, my goodness. Although he was convicted, he will still not tell us where she is. Is he appealing? I have a couple questions. First of all, Angie, I am so sorry. I'm so sorry. And then the true crime side of me, that's the human side of me, the true crime side of me, which is loud and doesn't know when to stop talking. I'm curious about his sentence. Is a sentence like life without parole, death penalty? I'm not sure what that is. And is he appealing? Because if there's an appeal, I don't like it, but I can understand the reasoning or the rationale for not giving more evidence against you. But I'd like to see that somebody, when they would get found guilty, can at least make the family, give them that moment of closure, that little bit, even though it will never really bring them peace and answer the questions they have in their mind. At least give them some closure. Man. I don't know who asked, but no, we're not going to count ceiling fan revolutions. It's not going to happen. All right. So Grano has been in 2 accidents, one in 2016 and one in 2024. Both accidents, he was struck from behind by driver's DUI. Alexis, that is not funny. But as soon as you said that, I'm thinking back to the Karen Reed trial, where basically there was testimony that everyone was drinking. By everyone, officers were drinking. We know that officers in the area, in the state, have been reprimanded for drinking on the job. And then the fact that he got struck by a DUI driver when there's so much drinking going on. It's tragic. It's terrible. And I'm not laughing. Law enforcement, just being at the side of the road, take their life in their hands every single time they go out on patrol. It's extremely dangerous. There was just this unique case that, down by the waterfall. Last night, Lawyer Lee did a stitch video of all the Google search titles read aloud by Garino, one after the next. It was very interesting to hear the list that way. Wasn't Scott Peterson convicted without Lacey's body? In those days, there wasn't Google. I thought they got some evidence from the bay. Didn't he dump her body in the bay? Am I thinking the right one? All right. What is Walsh's defense for cutting her up if he didn't end her life? I don't understand. Dr. Bullbutter, this is all of us right here. This is all of us. Because the way the defense set up this story, in their opening statement to the jury, they started with the bad news. My client lied. He lied to the police. He knew Anna Walsh was dead. He sort of lost his mind and was confused as to why she was dead, because they had just celebrated New Year's. They had a friend over. Brian Walsh had just gone down to clean up the kitchen, not mop the blood off the floor, not that type cleanup, but he had just gone down to clean up the kitchen after the party, and then came up to the bedroom Well, the party ended. They went up to the bedroom. Then he went down, cleaned the kitchen. Then he came back up to the bedroom. And that second time he came up to the bedroom, Anna Walshe was dead in his bed. That's what the defense is saying. In their bed, she was dead. He pushed her, didn't respond. Pushed her again, didn't respond. Shoved her off the bed. Like pushed her so hard she flew off the bed. And then started Googling how to dispose of a body within a couple hours. I don't understand that logical jump. Defense has said that because Brian Walshe was facing this punishment, the sentencing in his federal art crime case, the Andy Warhol painting issue, he could be going to prison. And if he goes to prison, then the kids would be with his wife. Well, now that his wife is dead and the sentencing is coming up, the kids would not have anywhere to go. They'd be taken by the state, which is what happened. The kids are with the state. And because of that, the defense has raised this and Brian, confused that his wife suddenly died, as how could this happen and why and what do I do now? Immediately went to let me chop up her body and get rid of it for the kids. Because if anyone finds out she's dead, the kids will be taken away when I go to prison. I haven't yet found a way to, in my head, make that click and say, oh, that makes sense. Okay, I can see that angle. I'm not there. I don't know how to get rid of a body if you really need to. Yeah, it was just one person, dinner, drinks, but it was New Year's Eve. It was a small party. Little group. I wouldn't say a threesome. It was just a three or a throuple. I'm just saying it was 3 people in a party. Whatever that is. Anyway, it is pretty twisted, but that's all the defense has given us so far. We're going to have to wait until defense takes on the case in chief, which we expect Brian Walshe to actually take the stand and testify, because the defense has told us you will hear that Brian Walshe shoved his wife out of bed. Only he can tell us that. There's nowhere else that information can come from. So Brian Walshe is going to talk as he has before, and it might be a lengthy testimony. Whether or not that is in the narrative, where he just gets to go full, Robert Tellis on us, and just like that trial in Las Vegas, where he just gets to ramble on and tell his story, or whether he's going to be answering directed questions. I think it would be smarter to answer directed questions. It'll be interesting. Do you think we'll hear about the interviews with the children? I don't know. Just heard some audio from court. Might be coming back here in just a minute. How long have we been at break? 24 minutes, roughly. Angie says he's not appealing. He got a 25-year sentence because her parents agreed to it. If he pled guilty, a lot of family, including me, do not agree with the plea deal. He should have had to stay where she is. Stay where she is. Man. That's hard, Angie. I'm sorry. The law can punish people, but it can't force them to divulge information that they don't want to divulge, and it's terrible that it leaves so many people hurting that way. I can't get to where the defense wants us to go, not even close, says MEJ. I'm using my common sense. I'm trying. So your mind is not open. I'm struggling. I would be struggling to be a juror on this one and have an open mind. This is a tough one. How many kids? Brian Walshe and Anna had 3 kids. I believe the oldest was 6 at the time of the murder. The oldest is 9 now. I was listening to a podcast this morning about a young female in Colorado who's been missing since 2012-2013. Her boyfriend convicted of first-degree murder with, I'm guessing, without the body. Camilla, I think this is a great point. My mind is not open, but I don't know if I would tell the judge. It could be changed by the defense's time. That Camilla, I would say is your mind is open. You might be leaning strongly one direction, but the fact that you're still able to listen to new testimony and say, okay, let me incorporate this new evidence that I've heard and bring that in and then reanalyze. I think that's what it means to be an open mind. We don't have to look at this and say, to have a truly open mind, he has to be, we can't see any wrongdoing on Brian Walsh's part. We can't see like, okay, that's not normal. We can't say that in our head. I think we can with each piece of evidence. We get to weigh it as we receive it and categorize it in the area and the bucket it belongs in. I guess we can't talk about buckets in this case either, but I think the jurors are putting things together that way and sorting the information appropriately. And the fact that they're still able to listen and take notes and accept and analyze information as it comes in is an open mind. Open mind doesn't mean neutral. It means you're open to changing your mind. Correct. Josh says, I've made my mind up. I'm just here to do pins unless red pen beats me to it. I just had a deja vu moment with him coming in court like this. Like I've seen this before. Wow. That was creepy. Looks like they're getting set to bring Brian back in. Loopy Lass says his problem is he's admitting to all that lying, so if he takes the stand, how can we believe him? Loopy Lass, I think he has to address that first of all, and he has to address that first. He has to convince us why he lied. And we have to believe that that's a good reason. Otherwise, him taking a stand does no good whatsoever. He has to tell us why he lied, and it has to make sense. So we can say, okay, maybe I might not have done that, but I can see at least the rationale there. The shackles and cuffs go back into storage. Brian's ready. Defense counsel's here. Not all cell phones are off, apparently. I'm telling the truth now so I don't go to jail for the rest of my life. Yeah. I did notice he does have a sweater on today. Is it cold up there? How did the snowstorm fare? Did it deliver, or was it a nothing burger? Wow, quick zoom out and back in. We're specializing in ear, nose, and throat again. We're practicing our zoom. Wow, we're getting right in there. He's a con artist selling a fake Andy Warhol. He's used to lying and being convincing, maybe. I do believe that he thinks he can convince people. If you can convince somebody to spend, I don't know how much, hundreds of thousands of dollars on something that is fake. Cameraman's just playing with the settings now. I think he believes he can pull this one off. Remember, Brian Walshe was actually attacked and stabbed in prison. It's one of the reasons why the case was delayed a little bit. They also, his lawyers challenged and said his mental competency, he wasn't fit to stand trial, so they had to check to make sure that he was, and he is. That's why we proceeded. But it has not been easy for him being in jail. Just keeps talking until they give in to shut him up. It's like, fine, I'll buy the painting, even though it's fake. 5 inches of snow in Amesbury, Massachusetts. I do not know the story behind the stabbing. I don't know if it was a cellmate or a disagreement between two inmates, but it was violent. Worcester, Mass. got 6 inches of snow yesterday. And we're back. 0 inches. It's a rather precise measurement.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Seth Fox.
Seth Fox. F-O-X. Please have a polo shirt. No polo shirt. Everyone's wearing suits, which is nothing wrong with that.
Watch your stuff on me.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Seth Fox.
And how do you spell your last name?
F-O-X.
Thank you. Mr. Fox, what is your occupation?
I'm a subpoena compliance specialist with Lyft.
And what is a subpoena compliance specialist?
My job is to intake and respond and review subpoenas that are served to Lyft by law enforcement.
And how long have you done that job?
For 2.5 years.
And how long have you worked for Lyft?
Since 2018.
And what are your, as part of your specific responsibilities, are you a custodian of records for Lyft?
Yes.
And as such, what are your responsibilities as the custodian of records?
To collect, search for and collect records that we are subpoenaed for.
And when are entities made on business records at Lyft?
At the time they're created.
And why are they made?
For purposes of privacy and security and maintaining data.
She meant entries instead of entities.
And are they made in the normal course of business?
Yes.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Lyft?
A technology company that facilitates rideshare pairings between drivers and riders through our Lyft app.
So how does Lyft work?
If you're a rider, you would go in, you would first download the Lyft app and then input your information, name, phone number, payment method, and then you can use the app to request a ride to whatever location you're going to. And it pairs you with the driver in your area.
Is Lyft a paid or free service?
Paid.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And have you previously supplied those records to us?
Yes.
And are these the records for the account information for Anna Walshe with a payment and profile for that user?
Yes.
And did Anna Walshe have an account with Lyft?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm now seeking to admit, which has been previously marked as Exhibit 94, the records of Lyft.
All right, the Lyft records for Anna Walshe are now in evidence as Exhibit 94.
Thank you. May I approach the witness?
You may.
Just going to show you these so you can reference them during your testimony.
Thank you.
I'm also going to ask, Your Honor, if they could be published to the jury.
They may be.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman, if we could start with the account. Mr. Fox, when was this account created?
This was created on May 16th of 2022.
And what phone number was associated with the account?
617-599-7966.
And how is the phone number used with Lyft?
It is, the app is through your phone, so you have to download it to your phone, and that phone number is how you create rides or request rides.
And does Lyft keep other information about the account holder's phone?
We keep information such as the IP address at the time the account was created, the phone carrier, and the app version that was used, and the operating system on that phone.
And why is that?
For data purposes, for privacy security.
What kind of phone was used here?
It was a iPhone 14.4.
And who was the carrier?
Verizon.
In addition to keeping that information, do you also keep payment method?
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask you to go to the payment document. And can you tell me about the payment method in these records?
It was a Visa card, last four digits, 5421.
And finally, sir, Ms. Gilman, if you could go to the cover, were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023 that were used by this rider?
No.
Thank you.
Any cross? The witness may step down. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
No cross on that one. Not a single question. Let's see. That means JetBlue, Lyft,
Commonwealth
William
may call its next
Foley.
witness.
All of those were.
The Commonwealth calls Alyssa Wimmer.
Do we have one more records custodian?
Right this way. Just watch your stuff for me. Slide this chair. Step right up. No, just step right up. There you go.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And you may proceed.
Thank you so much. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, my name is Alyssa Wimmer, W-I-M-M-E-R.
And what is your occupation, ma'am?
I work for Uber Technologies.
And what is your title?
I am one of their regional public safety liaisons.
And how long have you worked for Uber Technologies?
Approximately a year and a half.
And always in the same position?
Yes.
She needs to say we're better than Lyft.
And what are your specific responsibilities?
My job is to assist law enforcement within my region, which includes the Northeast United States, with complex or critical safety incidents that have some sort of a nexus to the Uber platform.
And as part of your job, have you been designated as a custodian of records?
Yes.
As such, what are your responsibilities?
I am able to look at requests that law enforcement put through our portal for Uber, locate data that they are requesting, and then produce that data to law enforcement.
And when are entries made on business records at Uber Technologies?
At the time of the event or shortly thereafter.
And why are they made?
In order to maintain our regular course of business.
And are they made in good faith?
Yes.
What is Uber Technologies?
So we're more commonly known as Uber. We are a technology company that facilitates various transportation and delivery services under our platform. So we're probably most commonly known for our rideshare feature, which allows a user to access the Uber application, request a trip with a pickup location and a drop-off location, and then Uber will match that person with the driver, and the driver will transport the individual from point A to point B.
Is Uber a pay or free service?
A paid service.
Are you familiar with the records that have been requested in this case?
Yes.
And did you provide those records previously?
Uber did, yes.
And were those records for account information for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And did Uber have an account for 617-599-7966?
Yes.
And you have seen those records?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask at this time, those were provided digitally?
Correct.
I'd ask at this time that the records, which have been marked on a thumb drive as Exhibit 95, previously marked, be the next exhibit.
And that's agreed to?
Yes, Your Honor.
The Uber records for the phone number recited are now in evidence as Exhibit 95.
Thank you. And I ask that they be published both for the witness and the jury.
You may do that.
Thank you. I'd ask that we start with response page 2. So why are records based on a phone number for Uber?
Uber does not require individuals to provide legal verification of their identity. So a user can choose whatever display name they want on their account, but we do verify phone number and or email address. So when law enforcement is requesting data from us, we often require a phone number or an email address in order to locate the account.
And what name was associated with this account?
Anna Walshe.
And what email is associated with this account?
It's ANCILI83@yahoo.com.
And was there also a date of birth at the bottom?
So that date of birth was provided by law enforcement to Uber and as an identifier in order to search for those records. And that date of birth was April 12th of 1983.
And were there, going to the next attachment to the response, please? Were there any rides between December 30th of 2022 and January 8th of 2023?
There were 2 trips taken from that account on December 30th of 2022.
And they were, can you tell us where those were?
Well, columns G and H will tell you where the rider said they wanted to be picked up in GPS coordinates. Columns I and J will tell you where the rider was actually picked up. Columns K and L will tell you where the rider wanted to be dropped off. And columns M and N will tell you where the rider was actually dropped off.
And those are longitude and latitude?
Correct.
And those are GPS coordinates, like if you put into Google Maps or something like that?
Correct.
And can you tell from this about payment method?
Yes. Columns O and P and Q contain information about the credit card that was used to pay for these 2 rides. Column O is going to be the first 6 digits on that credit card number. Column P is going to be the last 4 digits of that credit card number. And then column Q is the expiration date for the credit card.
And can you tell us what columns R, S, and T are?
Yes. Column R is how much the trip costs in United States currency. Column S is the distance of the trip in miles, and column T is going to be the duration of the trip in minutes.
Column U is how much you underpaid your driver.
Were any other rides taken besides these 2 rides?
Between the dates that you indicated?
Exactly.
No.
Were any other accounts registered with Uber connected to that phone number, credit card, or email?
I believe there was another account linked to that phone number, but there was no activity on it at all.
And
I'm going to count that as a disturbance.
going back to response page 2, where do you see that? Is that somewhere there?
No.
Can you look again? It might be there.
I believe this request was also related to information about trips that were taken, and this account had trips on it, whereas I believe there was another account linked to this phone number that was never used, never had any trips on it at all, and therefore was not.
So there were no trips for that date?
Correct.
For those dates?
Correct.
So no information was supplied?
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Cross.
Cross, Judge.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's number 7 or 8.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Michael Kenyon.
That was on your TV. We heard them from the courtroom.
Right this way, sir. Just watch your step. Right.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
How are you?
I'm very good, sir. But my first question to you is, what's your name?
Michael Kenyon, Swampscott Police Department.
And can you spell your last name for us?
Yeah, Kenyon.
And, sir, you said Swampscott Police Department. What is your rank there?
I'm an officer.
And how long have you been an officer? How long have you been with the Swampscott Police Department?
Since 2020.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about January 9th of 2023. Were you working that day?
Yes.
What time do you think you might have got to dispatch to 330 Paradise Road?
Sometime right around 3 o'clock.
Can you describe 330 Paradise Road for us in Swampscott?
It's an apartment complex on Paradise Road in Swampscott.
And why were you there?
I had been advised by my OIC to go up there and assist some police agencies.
And so
Voice
what?
up, sir, please. Just lean right into that
Oh, yeah,
microphone and keep your voice up.
Okay.
Thank you.
If you pull it right to you, make it. There you go. So when you got there, what did you see?
Multiple police agencies. There were the Mass State Police CPAC unit was there, mass crime scene, and some representatives from Swampscott CID were there.
And were they near any areas in particular at 330 Paradise Road?
Yes.
What?
They were near the trash compactor and the dumpster.
At this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been previously stipulated to as Exhibits 90 and 91, photographs from 330 Paradise Road.
As agreed, they're now in evidence as 90 and 91.
Ms. Gilman, can we have HAS 6436, which is Exhibit 90? Sir, do you see that?
Yes.
Is that one of the two dumpsters or compactors you had the opportunity to be near at 330 Paradise Road that day?
Yes.
All right.
That is full.
Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 91, HAS 6469? And, sir, do you see this object?
Yes.
Is that what's this compared to the other receptacle you saw?
This is a trash compactor.
And so you get there, you see all these officers, and you see these two objects. What happens next?
The trash compactor and the dumpster are secured on flatbeds.
Okay. And so then what do you do?
was advised that I was going to lead a caravan from our location to another location.
And so,
Trash caravan.
where was the other location you were going to go to?
It was at the time it was JRM, but it's the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
Okay. Now, so what do? You've got this location in Peabody. What happens next?
So I lead the caravan from 330 Paradise Road in Swampscott to the Republic Trash Services at 300 Forest Street in Peabody. Upon arrival, I blocked traffic on Forest Street and allowed the caravan to enter the JRM or the Republic Trash Plant.
And you say the caravan. What was in the caravan?
Caravan was me leading the trash compactor and the dumpster on flatbeds behind me, and then multiple police cruisers being the state or crime scene, and then some Swampscott police unmarked.
And after those cruisers and the dumpster and the compactor went up to the trash spot, what did you do?
Secured the gate and went back to Swampscott to work my shift.
No further questions, Your Honor.
If you have to
Any
be
cross?
in a caravan with two dumpsters full of
Step down.
trash,
Thank you, sir.
No, I just have one question, Judge.
Oh, I'm sorry.
the front is definitely where you want to be, not the back.
With regards to the Exhibit 91, that trash compactor, do you have any knowledge of whether that had trash in it?
No.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you.
Thank you, Red Pen, for that one. Michael Kenyon, Swampscott. PD. Secured the
Commonwealth calls
dumpster.
next witness.
The Commonwealth calls Sergeant Amy Waterman.
All right, this one will be a little longer, I believe. Logically, we're going to be talking about the trash collection and how they sorted through it piece by piece at this point. Let's see if that's where we go.
And you may proceed.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Yes, Amy Waterman, Waterman.
And how are you employed?
I'm a sergeant with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how were you employed in January of 2023?
I was a trooper assigned to the Massachusetts State Police.
In what unit?
The Violent Fugitive Apprehension Section, which falls under the Division of Investigative Services.
And did you go to 5334 43rd Street Northwest in Washington, D.C. on January 7th of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And who did you go to that location with?
Lieutenant Michael Lopes from the Cohasset Police Department.
And do you remember approximately what time you went there on the 7th of January?
Yeah, it was approximately 11:40 a.m.
And whose home was that?
That was the home of Anna Walshe.
And did you know Anna Walshe?
No, I did not.
And why were you at her home?
We had been sent down to D.C. to search her residence there in regards to a missing person case.
Can you please describe that home?
It was a 3-story brick corner unit. I would call it like a townhouse, brick townhouse.
And was there any security or ring doorbells or anything like that when you got to that home?
No.
And how did you enter the home?
The basement level was a garage, and Lieutenant Lopes was in possession of a key, the key code combination for the door.
To the garage?
Correct.
Okay. And so did you go into the garage?
Yes.
And what observations were made of the garage?
There was several boxes of miscellaneous items, which there was some carpets that were rolled up. There was things you would find in a garage, like a wet vac. No vehicles were found. It was pretty neatly organized.
And were there any other rooms attached to the garage?
There was, through the door, there was a smaller room. I would call it an exercise room. There was a treadmill, a chair, and a couple other items, like a weight bench.
So besides that garage level, what did you do next?
There was an interior door that led to a stairwell that went up to the actual apartment of the townhouse.
And were you able to get through that door?
Yes.
And did you need an additional key or code or anything to get through that?
No.
And so how did you get through that? Was it unlocked for you? If you know?
I believe it was, yes.
Okay. And so where did you then go?
We went up a set of stairs that led to what I would call the first floor of the townhouse. It was three residential floors. So we went up to the first floor.
And can you describe that first floor, please, for the jury?
Yes, it was a main kitchen area. There was a restroom in that area, as well as like a living area, like a seating area.
Okay. And what was the condition of the kitchen?
It was very neat and tidy. Nothing really out of place.
Did you look around?
We did.
Was there anything in the fridge?
Yeah, there was some, I don't remember exactly, but there was some food items in the fridge.
And what did you see in the rest of the area of that main floor, you said?
Again, it was neatly put together. There was some miscellaneous personal items that you would typically find in a kitchen or a living area, furniture.
So it was furnished?
Correct.
And so after looking at that kitchen floor, what did you do next?
Once we took a look at that floor, we went up, ascended up the stairs to the second floor.
And when you say we, you're talking about?
Yes, Lieutenant Lopes.
Okay.
Yes.
Was anyone else with you besides
No, it was
Lieutenant?
just the two of us.
Okay. So after you finished looking at the kitchen, you said you went up to the next floor?
Correct.
And what was on, and how did you get to the next floor?
We took the stairs up, and there was another interior door that opened up into a larger area.
And what did you see there?
I would describe it as the primary bedroom. Essentially, the whole floor was one big bedroom. There was, off to the left, there was maybe described as like an office area. There was a desk and just a couple sitting chairs. That was to the left as you went in. To the right was the bed, and there was a walk-in closet. And right before the walk-in closet, there was a door to the left, which was a bathroom.
Did you make any observations of the bed?
The bed was made. There was a couple female clothing items that were on the bed.
Did you make any observations of the closet?
The closet was full of clothing, shoes, sunglasses, handbags, miscellaneous things.
Did you make any observations of men's clothing in the closet?
Yes, there was some men's clothing.
And what about the bathroom? Can you describe the bathroom?
Like the rest of the house, it was neat and tidy. There were personal items such as hair products and toothbrushes and soaps and things like that.
Was there another floor?
Yes, there was a third floor.
And how did you get to that floor?
We ascended up the stairs.
And what was on the third floor?
The third floor consisted of another restroom, another bathroom, and there were 3 smaller bedrooms.
And what observations did you make of the 3 smaller bedrooms?
They appeared to be rooms for children, all contained kids' furniture, all very nicely kept and neat. There were various toys and clothing that would tell us that it belonged to the children.
And how were the beds in those rooms?
They were made.
And what size were those beds, if you remember?
I don't recall.
Okay. What was the general condition of the home?
Again, very neat and tidy, well organized.
And in general, did you find any paperwork or anything in the home?
We did.
And where was that generally found?
Mostly in the kitchen.
And did you find Anna Walsh in the home?
No, we did not.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
All right.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
You've used the word neat many times
Correct.
because that's the way the townhouse
Yes.
was well organized.
Correct.
So you said that you found paperwork, documents.
Yes, sir.
You used the word primarily.
So what was the question? Oh, primarily in the kitchen. Yes.
Where in the kitchen?
I don't remember exactly. I believe it was there was a countertop with some shelves underneath it. I believe that's where it was found.
Okay. Did you you mentioned what I thought I heard you say? You mentioned something like a study or a desk or something in one of the in the
Yes,
primary
in the
bedroom?
primary bedroom there was a desk.
And did you go through the drawers looking for other documents?
I don't recall if we did or not.
So when you left, did you take all the documents that you found that you thought were significant?
We took some, yes.
Okay. And how did you know what kind of documents to look for, the significance of them?
Based on the address, personal documents for travel was kind of what we were looking for.
Okay. And you said that you saw some men's clothes?
Yes.
And they were in the closet?
Yes.
There were no other men's clothes anywhere else that you can recall?
Not that I can recall.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any redirect?
No, thank you.
The witness may step down. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Your Honor, before we call, could we approach?
Sure.
Thank you.
Sure. So Sergeant Amy Waterman went to the D.C. house, found it was very well organized, clean, neat, tidy, lived in, but clean. Nothing really suspicious anywhere. I mean, opened the fridge. Hopefully she didn't drink out of the milk bottle while she was there, but there was stuff in the fridge. Some clothes on the bed, but not in a messy way. And no Anna. She wasn't at her workhouse. There were some men's clothes there as well, presumably belonging to Brian.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The Commonwealth would call Peter Capizzoli.
Oh, he's got a fine beard. Who's unwrapping a candy
Right this way, sir.
on the microphone?
Watch your step. All the way in. A little bit further. There you go, sir. Thank you.
Santa, is that you?
And you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, sir. Good
Ho,
afternoon.
ho, ho.
Sir, I'm going to ask if you pull that microphone closer to you because it's going to amplify your voice and everyone will be able to hear you. Can you state your name for the record and spell your last name?
Peter Capizzoli, Capozzoli.
And, sir, by the way, that is perfect as far as the volume. Are you familiar with Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
What is Cohasset Imports?
It's a used car dealership, sales and service.
And how are you familiar with it?
I'm the owner.
Ms. Gilman, could we have what was entered in today as Exhibit 84?
Not me going to the website to look at what his business is and what cars he imports.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Sir, I'm showing you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 84. Do you see at the bottom where it says Cohasset Imports?
Yes.
Now, sir, where is your home in relation to Cohasset Imports?
To the right up the driveway.
And, sir, are you familiar with 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
Yes.
How are you familiar with it?
I own it.
And how long have you owned it?
Since September 2019.
And do you see 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in relation to this photograph that has Cohasset Imports on it?
Yes, I do.
And can you point it out for us, sir?
Right there?
In the middle, sir?
Right here?
Yeah. I can't see where your finger is.
In the middle, yes.
All right. Thank you, sir. Now, sir, is that your primary residence, 516?
No.
What do you do with that property?
I rent it.
And so, sir, are you familiar with the Walshe family?
Yes.
And how are you familiar with the Walshe family?
They were the last tenants that we rented to.
And now, when did you begin renting to the Walshe family?
I believe it was March of 22.
And what was the initial terms of the lease?
The first 6 months, I took less per month, I believe $4,800 a month to have them pay up front.
Yes, sir.
That was something they wanted.
Okay. And so, how many months was the lease for?
The first one was 6 months.
And did you ever have to have another lease with them?
Yes.
And when was that?
So we extended it for the full $5,000 per month for another 6 months, I believe.
Now, during the course of the Walshe family at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway, how many times did you have the opportunity to see Anna Walshe?
3 or 4 times.
And how many times would you have the opportunities to see Brian Walshe?
He brought the check every month, so I would see him each month once and then maybe another 5 or 6 times in between that.
Now, sir, do you see Mr. Walshe here today?
Yes.
Could you identify him with some article of clothing he may be wearing?
A tie with a black jacket.
Your Honor, if the record may reflect that the witnesses identify the defendant.
The record will so reflect.
I thought he was wearing a sweater.
Sir, as far as any kind of fixes to the property or anything like that, who would perform repairs to the property?
I did.
How often did you have to do that?
Just 3 or 4 times.
What type of things would you have to fix?
The first time was a dripping faucet. I went in, figured the problem, went back, ordered some parts, got the parts, came back and fixed it.
Got the pots.
And besides a leaky faucet, anything else that you had to fix?
One time there was a loose hinge on a hutch in the kitchen, and I came in on a Sunday morning and worked on that and corrected that.
Was anyone home when you fixed the hitch?
Yes.
Who was home?
Anna was home and the 3 boys.
Now, besides making those 2 repairs, any other significant repairs to the home?
Yes, one other one. In the middle of July, the AC stopped working. So I went over at night, looked at it for a few hours, checked everything I could, knew what I had, knew what I didn't have. So then I had an electrician come in the morning. He showed up, I think, at 8 o'clock. And he had, after 5 minutes, he said, "Where's the shutoff switch for the heater AC unit?" I said, "I didn't know. It was upstairs." So it was upstairs in the entryway coming in the side door, and the switch had been flipped off. That's why the AC didn't work.
All right, so pretty basic fixes.
Yes.
Now,
how much
sir,
did that cost you?
As far as the basement of the house, when you rented it, what was in the basement?
Just a few small things and a dehumidifier, maybe a small table, and 2 refrigerators that were not hooked up.
Now, and Ms. Gilman, if you could just take down that exhibit, thank you. In late December of 2022, what did you do as far as going away on a vacation?
I went to the Caribbean over New Year's.
And during that time, did you ever receive any calls from Mr. Brian Walsh?
Yes.
When?
I believe it was Thursday of the week that I was there, if I'm not mistaken, somewhere in the late afternoon time frame.
And can you tell us about the conversation? What was the conversation you had with Mr. Walsh in this phone call?
Yes. So he had asked me if I had security on my building, and I said, no, not at this time. We were still in the building process. And so I said, why? And he said, well, my wife is missing. She took an Uber this morning, or was supposed to take an Uber this morning to go to D.C. for work. And we haven't found her, and she didn't show up in D.C.
Did he tell you what time she left?
I think in the 4 to 5 range in the morning.
Now, and you said that your building was under construction. What building was being worked on?
Cohasset Imports.
And did you tell him about any other places that might have cameras?
Yes. So next door north of me, there's a home, and I thought he might have security. So I mentioned the name and said you could check with him.
Now, sir, on the lease you had with the Walsh family, are you familiar with that lease?
Yes.
One moment.
Sorry, Red Pen. I was
Your Honor, if I may approach?
You may.
distracted. Peter Capizzoli, his used car dealership is just a used car dealership.
Yes, that's the lease.
It's not an exotic imports
And,
place. Or anything.
Your Honor, I'd seek to have this marked as the next exhibit.
Any objection? None, Your Honor. I think the next one is 96.
Alley Cat, thank
The
you
lease
so much.
for 516 Chief Justice Highway is in evidence as Exhibit 96.
Directing your attention to page 4 under tenant. Can you state who the tenant is of the lease and the address affixed to that?
Yes, Diana Walsh, and the address is 330 Paradise Road, apartment 1320 in Swampscott, Mass.
And, counsel, Your Honor, approach one more time.
You may.
Thank you. Mr. Capizzoli, I'm handing you a photograph. Sir, do you recognize the room of that the photograph's taken in?
Yes.
Did you recognize the person in that photograph?
Well, I think it's Anna.
Okay. And the room, is it a fair and accurate depiction of the room that you recognize?
Yes.
And what room is it that you recognize?
It's the living room or den. Yep.
The Commonwealth would seek to have this marked as the next exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection? Photo is now in evidence as Exhibit 97.
This photo has been hotly contested.
Your Honor, if the Commonwealth may publish briefly.
Yes.
Let's see how they cropped this. If it has the child cropped out, and Anna in it, on the ground, on the floor, on the rug.
Mr. Capizzoli, how do you recognize this is the living room?
So when you walk in the front door, it's the room to the left. It's the only room that had a rug. It's the only room downstairs that has a fireplace.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. And Your Honor, if I may have just a moment.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Kid was cropped out. That's from a video.
Now, sir, I neglected to ask you this. When you rented the home to the Walsh family, was it furnished?
Yes, partially furnished, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Cross.
Sorry, Judge.
Sorry, this is in my typing mode. Go right ahead.
Okay, hello.
Hello.
You were talking about the property in Cohasset, and one of the rooms we're talking about was the basement.
Yes,
Am I correct that the basement wasn't furnished?
correct.
It wasn't properly heated?
No heat, just for what comes from the boiler, right?
Okay. And there wasn't a washer and dryer down there?
No,
There wasn't a playroom for kids?
no,
There wasn't a rug, it was just a cement floor?
yes,
And the basement not only had access to the house, but it also would have had access to get outside of the house, like
Ye-
a bulkhead?
a walk-through door, a regular door, yes,
Okay. You had also mentioned, I believe, Mr. Connor introduced the lease, and that lease was in Diana Walsh's name?
yes,
And to your knowledge, that was Mr. Walsh's mother?
yes,
And the first 6 months of the lease, that was paid in full
yes,
by Mrs. Walsh, Mrs. Diana Walsh?
yes.
And was your intention to rent that property in smaller increments, or that's just what came to you with the Walshes that time?
That's what came to me.
Okay. And in speaking to the Walshes, it was your understanding that the reason they were looking for short-term housing was because the family was planning to relocate to Washington, D.C.?
That's correct.
And after the 6 months, they approached to extend the lease, right?
Yes.
And what month was that, if you remember?
August or September, something in that.
2022?
Yes.
Okay. And when they first came to you to extend the lease, they only wanted to extend it for 3 months.
Yes,
And that was because their trip to D.C. was impending, was coming up.
yes,
Okay. And your understanding was that when Mr. and Mrs. Walsh and their 3 young children went to D.C., that Diana Walsh might move in and take over.
yes,
And it sounds like you didn't want to do such a short lease, so you agreed to do 6 months.
yes,
And during those 6 months, you mentioned that Mr. Walsh would bring you the rent check, right?
yes,
But the rent was being still paid by Diana Walsh, his mother.
correct, yes,
And that was $5,000 a month?
yes,
Okay. You had mentioned that you had done a couple repairs to the property as a landlord?
yes,
And one of the things that you mentioned is there was a leaky faucet.
yes.
And something like a leaky faucet, is that something that the Walshes would be financially responsible to fix?
No,
Because that's just normal wear and tear of the home.
yes,
And I think the second thing you said was there a hinge on a hutch that was loose?
yes.
And that was something that you could just go over with a screwdriver?
I had to replace the hinge.
Okay.
Mhm.
And is that something that was normal wear and tear, or did the Walshes damage that and they would have to pay for it?
Probably wear and tear, but it could have opened too far and broke the hinge, not sure.
Okay.
Yep.
In the lease, or your understanding, would there be some damage that the Walshes could have done to the home that they would have to be financially responsible for?
Yes,
So, for example, if a large hole in the ceiling happened during their tenancy, you wouldn't run over there and get up on a ladder and drywall the ceiling and fix a hole yourself.
no, I wouldn't.
And that would be something that isn't regular wear and tear, right?
I would say that's not regular wear and tear, no.
Okay. So that would be something that the Walshes would be responsible for paying for and covering.
Sure, if they actually did it, if it wasn't something that the house had control over, yes.
Okay. And you had mentioned that other than the rent check, that you would see Mr. Walsh, when you say 5 or 6 times, do you mean 5 or 6 times a month, or do you mean 5 or 6 times over the course of the lease?
Over the course of the lease, yep.
And would you ever see him with any of his 3 little boys?
No, not outside the house, no.
Okay. And you said you saw Anna Walsh on a couple of occasions?
Yes,
And that was with Mr. Walsh or by herself and the boys?
by herself,
Okay. Nothing further. Your
with the
Honor.
boys, I'm sorry, by herself
Okay.
with the boys.
By
yeah.
herself with the boys. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, Your Honor. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Hope S. upgraded to jury. Oh my goodness, Hope, thank you very much. I'm now a member of the jury. Appreciate your support. Wouldn't be the same without you here.
And the Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Santa is a good luck.
Mark Salvaggi.
I heard Mark Salvangi. I'm sure I spelled that wrong.
Right this way, sir. Just watch your step for me. Step all the way in. Maybe this chair for you. There you go.
You may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you state your name and spell your last name for the record?
Sure, it's Mark Salvaggi. It's Selvaggi.
And, sir, what do you do for a living?
I sell life insurance.
And are you affiliated with any life insurance company?
Yes.
Which one?
New York Life.
How long have you been selling life insurance?
A little over 10 years.
And in that 10 years, have you always been affiliated with New York Life?
Yes.
Now, sir, who is Nancy McClune?
She's a colleague of mine.
And what is her responsibilities within your office?
She fills out our applications, does our underwriting requirements, traffics the cases through underwriting.
And where is your office located?
1050 Hingham Street, Rockland, Mass.
And besides Ms. McClune, who else is in the office?
Half a dozen other agents.
Okay. And what are your responsibilities in the office?
Speak with clients, talk to them about life insurance, protection.
So there's some clients I'd like to ask you about are Brian and Anna Walsh.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with Anna Walsh?
Yes.
How did you become familiar with Anna Walsh?
I was introduced to her through Brian.
Okay. And how did you become familiar with Brian Walsh?
Brian came to me as a client that was a lead that was solicited, and I reached out to him. It was a local address, and asked him, he was looking for life insurance.
When did this occur?
I believe in July of 2021.
And when did you get introduced to Anna Walsh?
I don't remember specifically. It was during COVID, so it might have been happenstance during a Zoom conversation.
Okay. And were you ever able to sell Anna Walsh any insurance policies?
Yes.
What did you sell her for insurance policies?
I sold her 2 life insurance policies. I sold.
Okay. So let's talk about the 2 life insurance policies. Sir, what were you able to sell her as far as life insurance policies?
I was able to sell her a term policy and a whole life policy.
Okay. What is a term life insurance policy?
Term life insurance is a type of life insurance product that is good for a preset amount of time. It was approximately a 20-year term product that was for $1 million.
And now that was for $1 million. What was the other policy?
I sold her a whole life policy that was for $250,000.
Can you tell us what is the difference between a whole life policy and a term policy?
Sure. A term policy is renting a block of insurance for a pre-agreed upon amount of time. It could be anywhere from a year to as long as 30 years. And if you don't pass away during that duration, the insurance company, the contract ends, the insurance company doesn't pay anything out. A whole life policy, kind of like the name implies, lasts your whole life. And unfortunately, all of us someday will pass, and whole life policies pay out 100% of the time. They cost more. They can be paid up during your working years and have it last the rest of your life. But you also have the opportunity to access all the cash value that the policy accumulates and can use it as a deferred savings vehicle.
And, Your Honor, at this point in time, I would like to offer 2 policies and the attachments that were included with them from New York Life in the names of Anna Walsh. They are manila folders. They are policies ending in 8840 and 5836.
No objection, Your Honor.
The New York Life policy ending in 8840 is now marked in evidence as, and is in evidence as 98. And the policy, New York Life policy ending 5836 is now in evidence as Exhibit 99.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness with Exhibits 98 and 99?
You may.
Thank you. We'll put them on together. Excellent, sir. All right, showing you Exhibit 98. At the top of the first document, can you tell us what it says?
Sure.
What is that?
This is a term policy. This is a policy brief for Anna.
Okay. And does it have, for Anna, does it list the amount of the term policy?
Sure. It lists the face amount of $1 million.
And on the fourth page, does it list who the beneficiary is of that policy?
It does.
Hot mic.
Yes, it does.
Who is the beneficiary of that policy?
Brian Walshe.
Now, when was that policy purchased? Or better question is, when did it go into effect?
Sure. The policy date is May 17th, 2021.
And
what was your commission?
The document that's within that folder. Can you tell us what this document is with the binder clip attached?
This is the application.
And so, application, what is that?
This is what is required to secure a life insurance policy.
And so, to secure a life insurance policy, do you have to do anything as far as your medical information?
Sure.
Tell us what it is?
Sure. So you'd fill out a application, which really gives the insurance company permission to do their due diligence on you and your health.
And so there's actually a release in there for them to get your medical records, isn't that correct?
So there's a HIPAA authorization.
Now, sir, I'm going to direct your attention to Exhibit 99 and ask you to take a look at that and open it up to the first document.
Okay.
And what is that, sir?
This is a policy brief of the whole life policy for $250,000 on Anna Walshe.
And for Anna Walshe, when did this policy go into effect?
The policy date is June 28th, 2021.
And, sir, regarding that policy, does that also list who the beneficiary is?
Yes, it does.
And could you tell us who the beneficiary is?
I can. It's Brian Walshe.
Now, sir, in addition to that first document you referenced, is there also a similar document within the file with a binder clip for those records?
Yes.
And what is that document, sir?
This is a life application.
And so is that just like the application you just told us about for the other policy?
Yes, it is.
And with that application, is there also a release of documents to New York Life from medical providers?
Yes, there is.
Now, was there any difficulty in obtaining Anna Walshe life insurance?
No.
And Your Honor, may we approach about one small issue?
Sure.
All right. Prosecution calls for a quick sidebar to just get clarification or permission to go somewhere. It's always better to do it this way than to have an argument over a mistrial for doing something the judge wouldn't have allowed. So that's good. So a little bit, a lot of insurance on her. Not a ton, but a lot of insurance on her. And Brian is the beneficiary. This is fairly normal for the main provider in a household to list the spouse as a beneficiary. It's not a sign of murder, but it could be a motive if money was a major issue. And we know that there were some searches involving how long after dead to inherit. So we'll hear. I do want to hear if it was paid out. I don't think it was. Obviously, we've got pending litigation regarding her death. I don't think they would have paid yet. The arrest happened fairly soon after her passing, so let's see. Give them a minute to get this sorted out. We are about half an hour before lunch. Don't think we're going to take an early one today. But We have a portal set up for the afternoon session as well, so we can transport you there as soon as it's time. Life insurance has been the motive for many murders. Let's see. How did he expect to cash in on the life insurance policy by telling a story she just left, than him not being able to prove she's deceased due to his cover-up? This was, I think, an oversight. I think he was more worried about getting caught or charged in her her murder than he was about getting the money. Remember, his mom's got money, right? His mom was paying the $5,000 a month for their rental for the house. Thank you for all those who clicked the like button already. We have 831 likes so far today, basically half of who is currently in our group watching right now, concurrent viewers. So if the other half of you could just get on the ball, that would be great. Thank you, thank you. It is free. It's an insane amount to pay for rent, but not for the area. It is a lot of rent, but it's not a lot for the area, and especially the house. I mean, we know the house was set back like 100 yards from the road. This is a good-sized property. It's pretty big, so...
George, I'm going to send you out of the courtroom for a little bit. I need to do something outside of your hearing. It may turn out that you go straight through to lunch, and then I may have you come back before the 2 o'clock hour. That's going to depend on whether you have food or not. We'll see. You just hold tight, George. You can go back to the jury room right now.
All rise for the court, please.
So, jury out. Sounds like we might get a proffer.
Yeah.
We might have to ask some questions of this witness that the judge can hear and then make a ruling on whether or not the jury can hear the questions and the answers that come from that. Princess Sugar Plum, would the money go to the kids? I don't know. I don't know if they'd pay out at all. 31 months already. Welcome to the gallery, OG. Andrew, thank you very much. Andrew C.
You may proceed.
Okay, here's the proffer.
1 second. Yes.
Thank you. So, Mr. Salvage, I just gave you a document. I'm going to ask you to tell us what it is.
Personal health history.
And who is it for?
Anna Walshe.
And, sir, how are you familiar with this document?
This is something that my colleague does mostly, fills out on people's health histories. It's part of the application process.
The digital clock is about to say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
If someone doesn't fill it out, what happens to getting life insurance?
They don't get life insurance.
Once it's filled out, what's done with the document as far as forwarding it to New York Life?
It's electronically submitted to the underwriters for their consideration and for an offer.
Why do you have a personal health history filled out for life insurance?
Because your health is what determines the overall cost of your insurance and also if you're eligible to receive insurance.
And after this document was filled out and forwarded to New York Life, what was determined as far as a policy for Ms. Walsh?
She was approved.
And were there any concerns that New York Life had with her health proving that?
No, she received a excellent health rating.
And, sir...
How do you know that?
Every policy receives a health rating. Basically, Your Honor, we rate everyone's health on a scale from 1 to 37. 1 is as good as you can be. 37 is as poor as you can be and still be accepted. And she received a number 1 health rating.
Whoa.
And is that in the documents that you're looking at right now?
It's not on this one, no.
Where do you know that from?
It's on the policy itself. It's on the policy brief that was just handed to me a moment ago.
Okay. Sorry for the interruption.
Sir, in addition to filling out that document, are there any other requirements for follow-up with medical professionals will review records after a person attempts to buy life insurance through New York Life?
Yes, there's a telephone interview component where they, on a recorded line with a representative of the company, they ask them a series of questions, lifestyle questions, have you ever questions.
Would you rather questions?
It's about a half-hour long telephone interview that is also part of the underwriting process, in addition to a medical requirement where we send out an examiner for a blood and urine sample, vital signs, things of that nature, and then they request a copy of the medical records from the attending physician, called an attending physician statement.
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
I'm sorry?
To your knowledge, was that done in this case?
Yes, it was.
And sir, that document, is it signed?
This is voice signed by Anna Walsh, yes.
And so, what does it mean to be voice signed?
It means at the conclusion of the interview that she conducted over the telephone, she consented to an electronic signature.
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
All right.
Thank you.
I'm going to give this to counsel. Yeah.
These documents may be coming in. The Anna was
So
basically
this
the
form
picture
that you
of
were just
health.
looking at, do I understand that Anna Walsh supposedly filled this out herself?
I believe it was done through a telephone interview. I wasn't part of that.
Okay, so when you say a telephone interview, you mean someone interviewed purportedly Anna Walsh about these questions?
Yes.
So it wasn't a doctor that was reporting this information to you?
No.
And I think you had just said that if you don't go through this process, you can't get the life insurance, right?
Correct.
Okay, so this information on this form came from reportedly Anna Walsh. over the phone.
Self-reported.
Yes.
Okay. And these records don't have any attachment from a medical doctor signing off that she was in, as you say, great health in March of 2021.
It doesn't have any medical records attached to it.
So no medical corroboration to the assertions made purportedly by Anna Walsh in March of 2021.
Correct.
Your Honor, I have nothing further.
So you said earlier that that
The doctor signed off on them.
they give a blood and urine sample, somebody comes to the house, and then you also said that something about they have to sign a release for their medical records?
Yes.
And can you tell, based on the documentation, if that was done in this case?
It was.
And then once you have that release, what happens?
They
How do
write-
you access the medical records?
The company does it through a third-party vendor, and they receive a copy of the attending physician statement. We call it an APS.
And where does that go?
It goes to the underwriter.
And is that records that you have?
I don't.
I don't mean do you have them with you now. I mean, do you keep those records?
We're never privileged to that information, Your
It
Honor.
all goes to the underwriter?
Correct.
Different entity than you.
Correct.
And you mentioned earlier in your direct that there's a woman that works with you. I got the phonetic as Nancy McGloom.
Yes.
Might be about 75% correct. Is she the person that you said you didn't do this over the phone with Anna Walsh, but that somebody else did?
She's not the person, no, Your
Okay.
Honor.
Is there another person in your office that does that?
No, it's direct from the underwriter, from the home office of New York Life. There's to make sure it's sort of the best information it could be, they do it themselves.
Right. Anything else anybody wants in on after I've asked these additional
Your Honor.
questions? All right, so I'm not going to allow it in right now on this record. If it becomes relevant on a rebuttal case, depending on what the defense, if the defense puts on a case and what they do.
First win for the defense.
In order to get this in, you're going to need to, well, you probably, honestly, you'd be asking to get in something else, which is like her medical records through a doctor and not through this way. But I'm not going to let it in right now.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right?
Thank you, Your Honor.
So
Do we go to lunch or bring the jury? What do you want to do, Judge? Is the food here? What are we having for lunch? Oh, sandwiches? Are they here?
all right, bring them back out.
Bring them out. Bring them out. Walk them. call it, Nicole. This was over the medical records, trying to get them in. Catherine, member for 22 months, makes you an OG. Hello from Chile, Charlotte. Love to RA and the mods. Thank you very much, Catherine. Appreciate that. Happy 22 months. You're about to get a new color courthouse. Couple months. Can't fault the DA for trying. He did.
Permitted to ask the witness in front of the jury about the medical rating.
About the what?
Medical rating.
Yeah, that's on the form. It's already in evidence. You can object, but it would seem to me that that is already on a document that's been admitted. All right.
No objection. Okay. So we're going to hear that she's ranked number 1, but we're not going to be able to hear that she was the spitting picture of health. And we reviewed her medical records, and they were excellent, and no problems that would ever indicate that she would have a sudden unexplained death on New Year's Eve after her husband researches divorce. The rating may be good enough. Yeah, a 1 out of 37. Let's see if they dive deeper into that. How much they stress that being the top rating, the picture of health. Let's see how far the judge lets them.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Witness with exhibits 99 and 98.
Now we redo the exact same questioning in the presence of the jury.
Sir, is there a medical rating that's assigned to a person who buys life insurance from New York Life?
Yes.
How is that determined?
It's a culmination of the underwriting. So your health rating is determined based on your gender. Oh, your health rating is not determined on your gender. That's an incorrect statement. It's determined on your health and the way they evaluate your health.
And so how does New York Life evaluate someone's health when they're buying life insurance?
They use an underwriting scale, everything from your BMI, your body mass index, height, weight, blood pressure, medication you're on, high-risk activities that you might participate in, your job sometimes can even factor into your health rating.
Prior history of medical.
Through underwriting, through the telephone interview, through a copy of your medical records, and through their recorded telephone interview.
How do they get the medical records of someone purchasing life insurance?
They request them through a HIPAA authorization that's in the application from the person's primary care physician and any other physicians that they're under the care of.
And is there a scale in which someone can be rated by New York Life for their health rating?
Yes.
What is the scale, sir?
It starts out, the best rating you can receive is called Select Preferred, and then it goes Preferred, and then it goes Preferred 2, then it goes Non-Smoker, then it goes Non-Smoker, Table 1 through 13, then it goes to Standard, or Select Standard, which is usually a healthy smoker. Then there's Standard, which is a smoker, and then there's Standard, Table 1 through 13, and all of those, if you think of it like a ladder, like 1 through 37, every single rung represents a higher risk class, and it subsequently changes the cost of your insurance.
So the healthier you are, the less you have to pay for insurance?
Yes.
And what was Anna Walsh's rating on those policies for the health rating for New York Life?
Select Preferred.
And what number would that be?
That's the highest level you can receive.
So she was the healthiest?
Correct.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, in addition,
You didn't
sir,
say one.
when collecting information, does New York Life, through its underwriting process, get any samples from someone who's applying for life insurance?
Yes.
What do they get?
They'll send a professional, I forget what it's called, paraprofessional, something like that, to do a blood draw, a urine sample, and vitals, height, weight, blood pressure.
Does New York Life give life insurance if that's not the form?
Yes.
Was it done in this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any recross?
I think it's just cross.
Oh, sorry.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
You were just talking about the health rating. I just want to talk to you a little bit about that, okay? So the health rating, that's a New York Life health rating.
Yes.
And so is that like someone in risk assessment and underwriting determines the scale that you just talked about?
Yes.
So it's not a medical professional or a doctor reviewing this information and giving this arbitrary number to someone who's applying for insurance?
I don't know who that person is, so I can't tell you.
You had mentioned that when Ms. Walsh applied for life insurance, part of it is this health assessment, right?
Yes,
And this was in March of 2021?
I believe so.
Do you need to look at the record? Would that help?
Probably.
I think they're right in front of you.
Okay.
Take your time.
I wonder if they're going to ask him on the redirects what the number was that she was ranked number 1. I think that's more impactful than the select preferred. You know, she was in the top category. But it basically means the same thing. You've already looked through that one, sir. What was the question?
Looks to be February 2nd, 2021.
Okay. After February, you said 2nd of 2021, you didn't have any follow-up records, interviews with Anna Walsh about her health?
No.
You had mentioned that someone goes and draws blood and does a urine test?
Yes.
What does the blood test, what does that look for? What does it test for?
I don't fully understand, but the things that it does push out that are common are as if there's evidence of nicotine, if they're smoking or using nicotine. It'll show if cholesterol levels is usually the types of things they're looking for. They're looking for abnormalities. I don't really quite frankly understand what they're looking for.
And then you said a urine test. What are they looking for in the urine test? Is that drugs and alcohol, illegal drugs, I'm assuming, and alcohol?
Nicotine.
And nicotine, okay. Is there any type of analysis of the person's pulmonary system, their lungs and their heart capacity?
They do blood pressure.
I don't know.
You don't know. Is there any type of evaluation of their neurological system?
I don't know.
And the February 2021 date that you're talking about, I think you said that part of this health assessment, this number you give, is based off an interview with the person?
Part of the underwriting is a telephone interview, yes.
Okay, a telephone interview with the person trying to get insurance?
Yes.
Okay. And I think you already said it, but you can't get life insurance if you don't go through this process.
Correct.
Okay. And I think you had also said that the healthier you are, the cheaper your premiums can be, or the cheaper you have to pay, which makes sense.
Yes.
Okay. So it's beneficial to someone when they're applying for life insurance to hopefully be at least reporting or be in the best shape physically, and I guess physically, that's the way to say it maybe.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you said that you asked them about if they engage in any high-risk activities, right?
That's part of the telephone interview. I don't ask that, but the company does, yes. Yes.
Okay. So I'm assuming the reason you ask if there's any high-risk activity is to see if they live a lifestyle where they're maybe more likely than someone else to get injured or killed.
Correct.
So bungee jumping.
Bingo.
Is a no for me. It's just, okay.
Bingo.
So the only way that you might find out if something is someone is engaging in high-risk behavior is if they told the underwriter on this telephone interview.
That's one of the ways, yes.
Okay. So if someone did engage in arguably high-risk or dangerous behavior and they didn't report it to you, you wouldn't know.
Correct.
Okay. You had mentioned that Anna Walsh had two different policies. One was a term and one was a whole?
Yes.
Okay. Now, am I correct that it's common for young married couples or people with children to come and get life insurance?
Yes.
Okay.
Dana Jones.
Just to lean into that microphone a little bit, and I'm having a hard
Hello to your mom.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
So, and when married couples come to get life insurance, is it more common that the other spouse is the one that's the beneficiary?
Very common.
Okay. So if the husband gets it, it's the wife. If the wife gets it, it's the husband.
Yes.
Okay. And if they have minor children, is it still that the spouse is the beneficiary because they're going to be using that money for the care and protection of the children?
Yes.
Okay. Your company, New York Life, you guys also do financial planning and retirement planning? Like that's kind of the whole company? Okay. And so is life insurance, and we'll talk about the difference between whole and terms, life insurance is a type of financial planning and thinking about retirement and future, right?
Yes.
And so it's something, again, families, married couples, it's common that they come to you for this.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a term life insurance policy, that's something where you pay monthly, and if you die, the benefits get paid out.
Yes.
Okay. But is there a way that you can have a term life insurance policy and that can get converted into another type of policy where you can take loans off it or it can grow a cash value?
Yes.
Okay. And so even a term can start as something that isn't worth anything unless someone dies, and you can turn it into some type of investment or access to finances.
Yes.
Okay. Now, a whole term or a whole policy, that's a little bit different, right?
Yes.
And so I am definitely going to fumble this because numbers is just not my thing, but this is where you can have a whole life insurance policy and you can borrow off of it.
Correct.
So if I have a whole life insurance policy and something unexpected happens or an expense comes up, I can actually borrow off this policy.
Yes.
And am I also correct that if you do borrow off this policy, there's a tax advantage or a tax break? It's like a 401k tax you pay? You explain it to me.
You can borrow the cash value without paying tax on the accumulation value.
And in the whole policy that Anna Walshe had, who would be eligible to take a loan off that policy?
The owner of the policy, who was Anna.
So even Mr. Walsh, who's her husband, he couldn't sign and take a loan off that whole policy without her?
Correct.
Okay. Considering that these policies have some financial value to them, does divorce ever play a role in policies and paying out on a life insurance policy, a whole policy? Is divorce something that clients have ever asked you about? That's probably a better question.
Is divorce, I don't understand the question. Okay, sure.
So if a whole policy has cash value and people are married, if people are going to get divorced, is there ever a question in any of your clients' minds, well, hey, I've been paying off Bill's policy for 8 years. I should have some of that.
Yes.
Objection.
Set the foundation.
So you had told us that some of these life insurance policies are an asset. It's a way to build cash, build for retirement, and you can access money from them, right?
Yes.
And if someone, and you might see a whole policy where two people are married.
Yes.
Okay. So if one spouse has a whole policy, you told us that they're the only one that can actually sign the paperwork to get assets off of it, right?
Correct.
Okay. So, and on a whole policy, I'm assuming you have to pay a premium every month.
Yes.
Okay. And so, have you ever had to talk to a client or a prospective client about how divorce could affect who owns access to that policy, or is it a non-issue?
Objection.
You can answer. Have you ever discussed it with another client, any client?
Yes.
You had mentioned that Anna had a policy. My understanding is, I think you said that you got to Brian Walsh off a lead off the internet?
Yes.
So that means he was looking for insurance, and does he pop in something and you see it and you give it a call?
Yes.
Okay. And am I correct that when Mr. Walsh
like-
initially contacted you, he wanted the insurance?
Objection.
Sidebar.
I'll see you at the side of the bench.
Is this like Tinder for life insurance? You swiped right on Brian Walsh, and you matched, and you sold him a life insurance policy. Is that what happened? Little spicy here. I think what they're fighting over is, well, we've got the whole issue of Brian Walsh trying to access money on his wife's credit card, right? Afterwards. Does he have the right to that?
Sorry.
Oh, here's a siren again. Wait for it. It's nice and loud.
So initially, when you followed up on this lead, Mr. Walsh had applied for health insurance through you.
Insurance.
Excuse me, life insurance. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And he was rejected. And he was rejected because he had a felony conviction from his federal court case.
There it is.
No.
Why was he rejected?
He had a pending case.
Apologies. So it was because he had a pending federal case.
Correct.
And you didn't just stop at that one application. Am I correct that you applied to several other policies or companies to try to get him life insurance?
Yes.
All right. And I think at one point, did you even reach out to other colleagues for help and how to get him life insurance?
Yes.
And it's at that point where he was consistently being rejected in 2021 that it was an afterthought like, hey, we're going to go with Anna and get her insurance.
Objection.
Sustained.
During the time that Mr. Walsh was applying for life insurance, during that time frame, Anna Walsh never applied for life insurance.
I'm not sure.
Well, what do you mean you're not sure? She didn't apply with it through you.
She applied, I don't know when the one search for Brian's life insurance ended and where hers began. I don't know if the two overlapped.
Okay. But her, as you say, her search for life insurance was an afterthought when you were working with this family.
Sustained.
Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar?
Yes, you may.
Ooh, she thinks she has a right to this bit of information. A little bit of spice there in her voice as she says, Your Honor, may I be seen at sidebar? The judge has sustained the objection by the prosecution, and she thinks we need this piece of information, so they're going to fight it out one more time, even though it's already been addressed by the judge. Brian is praying that they get the result they want on this. They had one little win. They kept some of those records out, some of the records that were basically the backdoor access to her health records. Out of court, judges at this point, I'm not going to allow them in. But that's the first, and I think the only win the defense has had since the case has started, at least that you can clearly put down on the scorecard. See if she asks the same question or moves on.
So you were a life insurance.
She moves on. It was sustained.
Yeah.
Okay. So then your job is you meet with clients and families and try to sell them insurance that they need and want.
Yes.
Okay. And it's not uncommon, or probably it's more common, that you work with couples, married couples, people with children, right?
Yes.
And so these life insurance policies, they're for the benefit of the family as a whole.
Yes.
Okay. So in this situation, you had told us that Mr. Walsh numerous times applied for life insurance policies and was consistently denied because of his pending federal case, correct?
Yes.
And you're working with the family at this time.
Yes.
And I'm assuming that when you were going through this with Mr. Walsh, actually, he even referred you to other friends and colleagues of his.
Yes.
Objection.
I think it's time to go to lunch.
Judge is like,
you were so close.
Have a nice lunch, sir.
All right, please.
that was funny. She's like, okay, guys, dial it back, calm down. It's time for lunch. You guys are getting hangry. That is funny. Objection, lunch. That's a good clip. We'll grab that one. Okay, got it. Snickers for defense. Judge is really good at keeping that schedule. It's just
Anybody
after
need
one.
anything?
No, Your Honor.
Have a nice lunch.
Snickers
Thank you,
is
Your Honor.
all.
All rise.
All rise. Okay. What a fun one. So we're going to continue the life insurance salesman. He's the salesman of the life insurance policy that is being questioned on a whole bunch of things that he really doesn't have anything to do with, specifically the medical side of the application. I know that he's aware that there will be medical tests and there's a medical survey component to obtaining a life insurance policy, but really this is out of his realm. Right? He doesn't do the test. He doesn't do the urine and the blood collection. He just knows it's going to happen. So, it seems funny that they're chasing this rabbit with him, where there could be another person, like maybe the underwriter, that would be better for that if it would be allowed. So we are going to go to lunch, and we get an hour for lunch, which is wonderful because I have to run to the post office and eat. So, and then I also have to make that soundbite. So we will let the OnlyFan do what it does, and we're going to go to lunch. Let me remind you, first of all, it is Wednesday, which means tomorrow is the podcast day. Please join us for the podcast. We've got some fun stories lined up. It's going to be a lot of fun. And also, please join us tonight on Courtroom Confidential. I'll be on with Josh. I've been invited on as a guest. I love going on that show. Josh is so much fun to hang out with and talk about some of these cases. We're going to be talking about this trial and what happened today, and some of the preceding things as well. So please join us tonight for that. That's going to be a lot of fun, and hope you subscribe to his channel as well. He's doing great things in the world of true crime, and he's a true gentleman and a scholar. So wait, we have to get to... We want 1,000 likes. If you could click the like button, we are only, let's see, 66 short, 65 short. If we can just get a quick 70 likes right now, then everyone will be happy. Everyone will be happy. We can all go to lunch and have a great afternoon. Running or biking? I think I'll take the bike. What's the weather outside today? Let me check. It's not that bad, I don't think. Let's see. 47. Ooh, it's a little chilly. It's 47 degrees. I might drive because I'm wearing shorts, and it might be a little cold. All right, thank you. We're not quite making it to the likes, but we have to wrap up anyway. We need 33 more. 33 more. You know, if you haven't liked, it's on you. It's on you. Tonight, when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. Please stay safe till we go live again. Just after lunch, we're going to be starting about 1:45, maybe 1:55. I know I said 1:55 on the timer. So we'll be starting right before court does. We will continue with the afternoon session. It will only be 2 hours long. We'll see if the lunch hour and the lawyers getting a little food in them reduces the spice level, or if they're just cranking up the heat towards the end of the day. It's going to be awesome. You guys have a wonderful, wonderful afternoon and lunch. We will see you on the return side. 982. So close, so close. We'll see you guys. Bye-bye.